Hello. Hi, squirrel. That was the soundtrack for the Paris stage in Street Fighter 6. Wood tree. Apple. Thank you. Howdy. Alright. Progress time. Diabolist. I also do not want to have this Colossus potion on me at all times, so we are going to take something else. Person to Liz. Hi, Liz. Hi, Liz. Hi, Liz. Hi, Lulu. Hi, Snacks. It's Snack. Lucito. More Liz. Yay, more Liz. How's going? The boulder is gay. The boulder is going very good. We are making great progress. Luthany, Lucifer, Lou Hamilton, Lube. Not the lube. The potion of animal speak. Oh wait, the potion does not override the elixir. I need a different elixir. Excuse me. I could use one of my arcane cultivation ones. Let's do that. Bestie, the Fortnite update is horrendous. There's a Fortnite update? What changed?
Let's have a look.
You know what else is horrendous that I saw? You see the trailer for the Minecraft movie? That thing looks like trash. It looks so bad. They were most definitely not cooking. All right, I need to. What else have I got here? Yeah, that looks like caca too. It's really bad. Which is unfortunate because they got Jack Black in it. You know, who doesn't like Jack Black? They added Doctor Doom to the game? What do you mean they added Doctor Doom to the game? Like you TF into him and have 1,000 point. Oh my god, like how like the old Thanos event? You turn into Thanos? That's kind of cool. He's a 500 HP, 500 shield. Ooh. I'm curious now. I want to see what that's like. Oh wow, that trailer looks like crap. Oh yeah, it does. It's real. I don't know what they were thinking, man. I don't know, man. I thought it was gonna be like animated, but it's just like the whole thing's in the whole set for the movie takes place in a green screen. It's like, really? And like the whole like hold on, actually let me take this shit with me. The whole like realistic art style approach that they took towards it is that's such a terrible idea. Actually, I think I have audio done. Going to Lurkloo. Have a good stream, Skull Good Boy. Thank you, Liz. Have a great rest of your day. Always a pleasure. And he does all the shit from the trailer, like the death beam and coffin dive. Oh, you mean the foot dive? Why is the creeper fuzzy? I was also disgusted by the fuzzy creeper. Very questionable decision there. Damn, Snacks, now that you're mentioning it, dude, I kind of want to try it. I kind of want to try the Dr. Doom shit. I want a power trip. You know how I was
precedes you. Prices have been moderated to reflect your less than welcome presence in the city.
Oh. Oh, because of the fucking paper that got put out. Oh shit, that's right. Let's do it later when I'm free. Sounds good, homie. Yeah, because I wanna try the new shit. I was saying how in the beginning of the season, I was disappointed that that the Doom gauntlets didn't have the laser beam. And now we have access to the laser beam. I want to shoot laser beams. Actually, I don't think I need any of these extra shields. Healer's robe. Let's go in this priestess robe. Sell this one. Turn on dead. I'm gonna hang on to those too. Alright, well, even with adjusted prices, I'm still making good money out of this. Because I did pick up a lot of stuff in that temple. Although I have a feeling I could probably be making more money. This is goes to show how much. Actually, no. I think it's because I just sold like a bunch of like normal stuff. I didn't. Damn, I'm so fucking pissed about that stop the presses thing. Shit.
Truth be told, I wear chainmail to bed these days. Oh, I've heard too many stories to take any chances.
Yeah.
I have something to ask.
Do you also give me different prices?
Something caught your eye then? Careful.
Your notoriety precedes you. Prices have been moderated to reflect your less than welcome presence in the city.
That's so lame. Does that mean shit's more expensive? I really hope not. I think it does. Fuck. Great. I was already having issues with money, and now I have to deal with this.
My weapons won't be beat. Tell your friends. Hells.
There's one more thing I want to do before I do the Diabolist. Give that to Gale. Handmaiden's Mace. Oh, I could have probably sold this actually. Set the wearer's strength to 18. What is my strength? 17. Just start stealing? I might. I actually genuinely might. There's a jewelry store in here in this city. I might rob it. Oh wait, I need a. Almost forgot. Mark Devotive. Where is it? It's over there. Okay. North. That's go. It's going the same direction I'm going anyway. So it's fine. Ignis. Steal their stuff, sell it back to them, and steal it again. I'm tempted. I'm tempted.
Breathe deep.
Oh shit, you're right. The Arnhem are absolutists. Bad news.
Yeah, it looked real mean in the broadsheet illustrations.
What if I could talk to that other guy to... No, because... Whatever, it's fine. I just gotta kill Gortash. How are you, Lou? Was your Mimi's good?
You're looking well.
It was.
Be a lot better if you find a way to fix this engine, Damon.
I haven't stopped trying, but all roads lead to a dead end.
Sorry, I didn't mean.
Never mind. Glad you're all right in any case. Nice forge you've got here.
Best I've had in years. Mistress of the house lets me operate from here for a fair price. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't happy.
Good. Someone should be.
What do you have?
Certainly.
I have not checked this guy's inventory in a long time. Also, he doesn't trade me infernal iron for items anymore. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I had good sleep. I had some good sleep. Whoa, hang on. Legendary persistence. You gain resistance, D4 to saving throws, and blade ward. Has resistance against bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Oh my god. Damn, I really like that. But I would be losing Reaper's virginity in Howl of the Dead. Although to be fair, I don't really use Howl of the Dead that often. I think I've only ever used it like a few times. This, if I'm looking for tank armor, this looks like this will be it. Plus, don't my boots also give me boots of persistence? You gain freedom of movement and long strider. No, that's just difficult terrain can't be paralyzed or restrained. Okay, so I can still be moved against my will. But it would be a lot. A lot nicer on me. Do I want this? I do want this. How much? 12? Damn, that's expensive. All right. That's like all my money. What else you got? The Jolty vest. I think I sold this to you, actually. He's got a bunch of stuff that I sold to him from like the previous arcs. Wait, what's your dex mod, Karlak? +1. Okay, never mind. I woke up a little earlier, yeah, a little later than I would have liked. But to be fair, we did kind of go to bed a little early, a little late, doing our whole spiel of getting our asses kicked by Dante for fucking however long. Surgeon's subjugation. Once per long rest when scoring a critical hit on a humanoid, you wear can paralyze the target for 2 turns. Ooh. I do like this amulet. Poisoner's gloves. Shapeshifter's boon ring. While shapeshifting or disguising yourself, gain a D4 bonus to all checks. That's good for the druids. It's not bad. This guy's actually got items. Really just the amulet and that ring, I think, are the only things that are interesting to me. Plate armor +2, splint chain. Yeah, these are not very extravagant. Okay, that's fine. Here's the real question, though.
Shout if you need anything else.
Wait, do you really not take Infernal Iron?
What can I do for you?
Damn. Now what do I do with my Infernal Iron? Oh well. I need to see who's getting my armor. My old armor. Because I'm getting new armor. What's the new armor look like? Ooh, very paladin looking. No longer have the giant shoulder pads with the fucking freaky hands on them. Although, damn, I am gonna miss this armor because this armor's kind of kick-ass. Not a fan of the colors though. Colors kind of clash with my colors. I should have some in here. Black and azure. Is that what I had, or did I have black and white? Damn, I think I sold my black and white dye. That's fine. What's the new armor? Armor of persistence. I like it because it comes with natural blade ward, which for tanking is kind of huge. Where am I? Right, okay. Combine. Okay, that didn't really change what I was hoping it would, but it does kind of look better. It, yeah. Huh. Okay. Who gets the new heavy armor? Who even has heavy armor? You have medium. You were heavy. I'm gonna be real, I don't really want to give Minsk heavy armor. Or my old heavy armor. Can't Lae'zel take it? Oh, you got my old adamantine armor. Oh. Minsk can have that. And you, what do you have? Blackguard's plane. All incoming damage reduced by 1. Advantage on wisdom save throws. What armor does Minsk have? These just regular plate plus 2. Okay. I think in this case, swap this off. I'm gonna give this to Minsk. I rotate the armor. Damn, I have an AC of 26. Sheesh. Fucking nothing's touching my ass. God damn. All right. Which means I get to sell Minsk's old armor because I don't think anyone. Yeah, it's the only other person here who has heavy armor. Everyone else here is medium. What do you have? Armor of agility. Add your full dex modifier to your armor class. Additionally, wait, it's really. Oh yeah, look at that. Are you really the best person to put that on? You have a +2 to dex. What do you have? Oh, you have heavy armor. Okay, you don't really need that. New armor. New armor. It does look very paladin-y. Very paladin-like. Where's my? How do I take out my shit? Yeah, yeah. It's my boy. Hit me. That looks snazzy. I like this. I'm not a fan of the blue though. I need to get more. I need to get a different dye, which is fine. Let's sell this guy the old armor.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
I feel like I have audio delay. Hang on, hang on. Okay. Think I'm good now? Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Oh, I long rested and I didn't fucking drink that beer I wanted to drink. Fuck. Oh well. What do you have? Wayward Heart. Affected entity will be automatically critical hit by Viconia's attacks. And it has disadvantage on wisdom saving throws. To end this effect, the creature must deny its Wayward Heart by acquiescing Shar and aiding Viconia in combat. Until long rest. That is a terrible, terrible debuff because disadvantage on wisdom saves is not gonna. What is your guys' AC? You have an AC of 18, Karlak? Wow. That's with half plate plus 2. Oh, because you're barbarian, right? Barbarians have thingy armor. 1411. Should I give you a halberd? Yes, because I had to use your moonlight already. Okay. Lou, can I send a funny TikTok? Okay. I will allow this. It better be funny. It better be funny.
I was looking at the pictures in the Gazette today.
How can I open this for chat to see?
Yeah, you said.
Well, they were in the Gazette. Saw the pictures and everything.
Oh shit, you're right. The article about absolutists. Bad news.
Yeah. It looked real mean in the broadsheet illustrations.
I thought this guy's talking about me. Hang on, let me see this.
Pictures in the Gazette today.
Is that the real Bryan Cranston?
You said.
That looks so much like him.
Were in the Gazette. Saw the pictures and everything.
I'm willing to believe that's the real Bryan Cranston. There's that clip going around of him and what's the guy's name?
Mean in the broadsheet illustrations.
Just we have to rave. Hang on.
Oi, listen. Oh,
Oh, great.
it's you. From the article. I don't want any trouble, pal. Please.
Oh, I saw your picture in the Gazette. Very accurate. Captured that mean look in your eyes.
They are talking about me. What was I gonna say? There's that clip of Bryan Cranston and the actor who plays Jesse, just like they're in some like country club, just like being like the DJs, and they're just fucking partying, and everyone's like, all the comments are like, oh man, it's so great seeing these two like actually getting along. And it looks like they're having a fucking blast. Where was I going to go again? Oh yeah, let me... I want to check the Baldur's Mouth one more time. I also need to read the new Gazette, because I need to see what they fucking wrote about me. They really wrote garbage about me. And I, like an idiot, forgot to stop them.
I wouldn't mind doing a little shopping in the city.
Same. I think I may have overdone it with the black and purple for, my entire life. Your look serves you well, though.
I'm 10 years behind. Don't want the youth to think I'm not, you know, up with the times.
Where around here can I buy a newspaper? Who are you?
You may walk free now, but Lord Gortash will soon visit justice upon you and your terrible ilk.
Okay.
Calling this news? Baldur's Mouth prints nothing but lies and drivel. You do well to dump your own copies.
No, the Gazette is still closed for me. Should I? No, let's do Diablo's things first. I do just want to get a copy of this fucking thing. We're gonna go for that. Over here.
Oh, bad luck. You're plastered all over today's Gazette, and it ain't pleasant reading. Honestly, if you piss them writers off, you're good in my books. Either way, it's gold for a copy, if you're curious.
Sure.
You're the boss, boss.
Minor quakes continue to rattle nerves. Where is the money, Arrakis? Glitterbeard's assets gone, but life saved. I returned the money. This fucking news really travels slow. Conflict between Arabellian nobles and cultists of Erdlin drags on. After ulterior disaster, how to ward your home against the infernal, no herbal remedies, we promise. Heart of the Steel Guild whistleblower speaks out. Where am I? I'm not anywhere here. This has nothing to do with me. Alright, whatever. This does remind me, there is saves I need to open at the bank. Because I got some keys. Some lockboxes. The Devil's Fee, up north.
Can't be wrong all the time. Adventurers are basically mercenaries. Stands to reason some of them would side with the mad cult if paid well enough.
What difference does it make? Cults come and go, and so do adventurers. The Gazette never prints anything that'll affect us regular folk. It's all a distraction.
When I'm done with the Diabolist, before I go to the Steel Watch Foundry, I'm gonna kill that guy who wrote the thing about the newspaper running guy, the guy who runs the newspaper, that motherfucker. I'm gonna kill him. Hellisk.
Your esteemedness returns. Oh, joyous hour.
Wait, what do you sell again?
A most excellent decision.
Oh, you sell dyes. Jet and Pink Rose dye. And potions. Jet and Pink Rose. I'll take one. Just because I want to see what it looks like.
Coin and time.
Wait, I'm not done with you.
Your esteemedness returns.
Don't forget to save. No more saving, only speedrun. No. I will save. Did you help Lord Gortash to retrieve some hellish curios by any chance?
You must be awfully familiar with our esteemed Archduke to know about a thing like that.
We were lovers. It was all very steamy.
My, what a juicy morsel. I didn't think he liked your type. Anyway, you seek answers. Lord Mammon seeks coin. I will happily mediate. Make me an offer.
Mammon. I knew it. I did.
Do I even have 1,000 gold? How much can I open my inventory? I do have 1,000 gold. I'm willing to just fork up the cash. Well, let's do persuasion first.
The first hit's free, eh? Oh, fine. I'll humor you, mortal. Just this once. You stand before Mammon's picklock, latchkeeper of the 9 hells. My business is not information, nor hellish curios. Not really. I break people into the hells. That's my thing. I can reveal to you that I opened a portal for Lord Gortash.
Raphael told me the crown of Karsus was stolen from Mistropheles. Were you involved in it?
Raphael. That sounds vaguely familiar, but I have a terrible memory for names. The only thing that jogs it is coin.
Fine, here's 100.
I mean, I suppose that'll do. Stingy bastard. Yes, you are quite correct. The Crown of Karsus left the vault, and an opportunity opened for a devil named Raphael. His House of Hope is furnished with a great deal of treasures, many related to Karsus. But alas, he lacks the crown itself. He's rather ambitious. One can only wonder what he has planned for the crown. The answers to that can probably be found within his house.
Let's poke around the rat's nest. Maybe set it on fire on the way out.
Can you help me break into the House of Hope?
What a fascinating proposition. Ludicrous, of course, but fascinating nevertheless. Very well. If you wish to die in Avernus, that's your business. Mine is charging you for it. Of course, such a task will require quite the substantial donation to Lord Mammon's coffers.
20,000 gold!
Such a task would be tantamount to suicide. Do not even entertain it.
I don't even have half that much. Waive the fee and I'll add one of Raphael's artifacts to your collection. Sure, I'll steal something for you. Oh, fuck. Inspiration. Oh, fuck. Did you ever sell all of your junk yesterday? I did, and I still don't have enough. Also, a lot of my money went towards this new armor. Do I dare inspire again? 20 is such a hard... Fuck. I have a total bonus of 7 to 10. I just need to roll like at minimum a 13. Oh.
You put me in a difficult position, mortal. You are almost certain to fail. Almost. And so, there is a chance you might succeed. Fine. I'd like to be able to carry all of my precious stock without the need of a team of oxen. There are gauntlets of hill giant strength within the House of Hope. Free passage, and you fetch them for me. Deal?
Gauntlets of hill giant strength. What if I want that? That sounds good. What if I just tell her I'm gonna give it to her, but then I just don't give it to her? I could just say I found him. Or I could just say I didn't find it. Louis, you're so shiny. Thank you, it's my new armor. I'm gonna cross my fingers behind my back and I'm gonna say deal.
Allow me to outline how this is going to work. First, you were never here. We never spoke. Second, you will perform the rites yourself. I want absolute deniability. Here's the grimoire and necessary components. Oh, take this key, too. It unlocks the ritual room upstairs. There's a blood circle already drawn. Don't ask whose blood.
Along with the grimoire and components, Helsik hands you a note containing precise instructions for performing the ritual.
Finally, you were never here. That is of utmost import to remember. Now be gone.
Thinking to myself, alright, so I want to bring Karlak to Avernus. Want to bring Lae'zel.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
Oh, you're out of superiority die. Fuck, we might have to short rest.
What am I to do?
Shadowheart, I do want to bring you for healing. Because I have a feeling we're probably going to get... Something's going to fuck us up. But at the same time, I don't want to bring you if you're debuffed. I could bring... Who do I bring? Maybe it would be good to bring Shadowheart. I have a feeling the radiant damage might come in handy. I'll give it a shot with this team, even though we're still. This is the same team coming out of the fight with the Shar people, so we're a little low on resources. Wait, how many perception failed?
I'd love to, thanks.
You still have 4 rage charges, okay. I'm okay on spell slots.
That might be worth a look.
What? Where? Huh? I'm blind. Oh well. Heist time. Actually, I'm gonna be doing a lot of stealing. I should bring the rogue. I should bring the rogue. If I'm doing a heist, I should bring the rogue.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Question is, who are we swapping out? I put Shadowheart, I guess.
Shadowheart's parents are at peace. And so she, it seems. I would, but you have so many friends already. Well, in that case...
What Shadowheart did for her parents was a profound act of love. Her courage is... well, it's quite something to behold.
True hero of Baldur's Gate. Can I look at my... Funny. Okay. Do you have everything you need, Darren? You have an AC of 18? Wow. Wait, where's your secondary? Where's your other knife? No, but like actually, where's your other knife? It's a good thing I still have this one, I guess. That's odd. I don't remember giving your knife away. You had a good knife. All right. I did give your knife away. I just forgot because I'm stupid. I'm a little stupid. I'm just a little stupid. I should bring some fucking stuff here with me. I'm gonna bring some magic spells. Planar binding, give me that. Sleet storm, give me that. Sunbeam, give me that. Wall of ice, sure. Hold monster. Hold person. I'll take a freezing sphere. Minor elemental and cloud kill. What else am I gonna need? Death throne, sure. Flesh to stone. Irresistible dance, dominate person, telekinesis. Oh, give me dimension door. Greater invisibility, gust of wind, mirror image, grace. Polymorph. Do I need a I do have to concentrate on polymorph. Wall of fire, have to concentrate on that. Oh, give me that scroll of remove curse. What else? What else? What else? Scroll of fear. Scroll of confusion. Scroll of web. Fireball. I have a feeling I won't need fireball. I don't want to take too many concentration spells. Oh, give me haste and greater invisibility. Okay. Just making sure I'm stocked up. Actually, it's called foot dive, not coffin dive. Exactly. That's what I said. It's foot dive.
These things have stayed interesting.
Foot dive. Alright, it's safe, so I don't have to go through all the prep work again.
I strongly suggest that you reconsider this course of action. Whatever you expect to gain from the Hells is not worth the risk of traveling here uninvited.
Don't care. Ooh.
What's hiding
here? We should totally steal shit. Hang on, I'm stealing.
Let's get going.
Oh my god, infernal marble. Ooh. Elixir of universal resistance. That's sick as fuck. Flash binder? What is flash binder? Is that a fucking flash grenade?
What sort of curio shop has authentic infernal objects?
I got an inspiration point. What else we got around here? Anything else I can steal? Infernal armory.
Don't waste a step.
Ooh, scrolls. Fiendish alchemy. Nothing. Gold key.
Quiet. Quick and quiet.
Looking ahead.
Hmm. Okay, that just leads out there.
I need to find a way forward.
How do I begin?
All's well that ends.
Wait, let me really quick.
Well, hello.
Let's move.
How do I begin? Oh, I need to read the note. Duh. Grimoire bound in imp skin. Regarding the Slayer. Did I read this already? I did read this already. I remember this. Infernal transposition ritual, layer of Avernus, blood circle country, blah 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 blah. Finally, and I mean no disrespect, go to hell. Let's go to hell. I hope I have to fight my way out. Reverse Dante's Inferno. Hang on, let me really quick. Ooh. Oh, I like this. Wow, those pants are pink as fuck. I'll fuck with it, though. Better than the blue. It complements my orange. I am definitely just wearing pink pants now, though. That's okay. I rock it. I look great. Wait, do I have to actually like? Huh? Blood circle configuration. Place that which has no eyes but used to see at the western point of the circle. 2 spaces lie opposite. Oh god, it's an actual puzzle I have to do. Place that which has no eyes but used to see at the western point of the circle. Has no eyes but used to see. She gave me a bag of, yeah. Okay, so the skull. Coin of Mammon. Put the skull here. Oh my god, it worked. 2 spaces lie opposite that point. Upon the left, place what is cut but cannot bleed. 2 spaces lie opposite that point. 2 spaces lie opposite that point. What does 2 spaces lie opposite that point means? Spaces lie opposite that point. Oh, literally 2 spaces are opposite on that point. Okay, I see. On the left, place what is cut but cannot bleed. On the right, place that which smells but cannot sniff. What is cut but cannot bleed? The diamond? And then for the right, the incense? I want to be part of your symphony. I'm so TikTok pilled right now. I've been there. It's hard to put down. What symphony are you talking about, though? Is that a TikTok thing? Where's the book? Diamond incense. Okay, sure, let's try it. Beside the dead remains, the aspect of Avacrid Lord of Avacrid? Avericid? I hope I'm saying that correctly. Sits clockwise, so then the circle center shall receive the internal marvel of infernal marble. Legal notice. The owner of this grimoire asserts that it is for scholarly and recreational purposes only. As a mere dealer in antiques, I disbelieve that in the very existence of infernal transplanar travel. Halask. Wait, so beside the dead remains, the aspect of Avacrid Lord sits clockwise. I'm assuming that's the coin. And then in the center goes the marble piece. So when you say clockwise, do you mean like clockwise like inward or clockwise like outward? Oh god. I feel like I'm gonna fuck it up. Not good with puzzles. Signs of the dead. Beside the dead remains, the aspect of Avacrid Lord sits clockwise so. So put it. So put the coin here. No, that didn't work. What about here? Ah! I was correct. I couldn't tell if they meant counterclockwise, like inward or outward. Anyway, and the circle's center shall receive the internal marvel of infernal marvel. Okay, yeah. In the center, we put the rock. Hold my rock.
You were wise to reject the devil's offer, but there is no reason to provoke him by invading his home.
Right, I forgot you're like not on board of me freeing the prince. I'll be honest, I'm kind of just doing this. I don't know. Do I even want to free the prince? I mean, I'm already going through all the fucking trouble. I think I have to free the prince, right? Maybe I don't. This is going to be incredibly unfortunate. I'm thinking with my thinking head. I mean, we have to, right? There's like a whole, there are many options. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to handle the whole prince situation. Because like I could free him, I could not free him, because we need him in trapped so that because that's what the Emperor uses to protect us from the Absolute. But then again, we also kind of need it to like we also have the whole Githyanki situation where their queen is like a fraud. And it's also not, we would have to confront him about like being cool with us, because he's gonna know that we're infected with tadpoles and he's gonna want to try and kill us. I don't know how I'm gonna get him to be cool with the Emperor. I don't think it's gonna even be possible, but I need him to be cool with the Emperor. Help Kithrax boss. Deal with the devil. I'm thinking, because on the one hand, like, it is like the hero thing to do, right? To free the prince, save the people, right? But there's like a lore reason as to like why we need him imprisoned. Plus, if I free the prince, Emperor's gonna be pissed. He might get pissed at me. I don't know. Maybe I can, maybe I can riz him into calming down. Excuse me. I want to know what happens if you don't free him, though. But I want to do the hero thing. So we'll do the hero thing. I have to save the not saving him part for my second playthrough. Okay. Plus, I also hate Raphael. Alright, let's do it. Let's go to hell. Ooh. Oh, hi, Karlak.
Gods, I can't believe I'm doing this. We're gonna get out of here, right?
Of course, we just need the hammer and go. We just need to get the hammer and go.
Get in, get the hammer, and go. Easy. We won't get trapped here. We won't get dragged deeper into Avernus. We won't. On the bright side, my engine finally feels normal. Like it isn't about to explode. I gotta admit, that's pretty nice. Let's find that hammer and get out of here before I get used to feeling like I might live.
That was what I was hoping for. Pillar of Souls. Deactivated. Deactivated. Not a fan of that. Guest book.
Moving in. I don't hear the Emperor. Can't reach us here, I guess.
You came. Such a shame. Curiosity killed all the cats. It won't be so kind to you.
As the woman speaks, you hear a distant rattle of chains, and she winces in pain.
The jailer will hear us. I shouldn't be talking to you. I must go. It's not kind to me.
The figure flickers and starts to dim from view, but you sense she could be convinced to return.
I don't know who the fuck that is. Anyway, maybe I can help you be free of whoever's hurting you.
The figure shimmers brightly. Your words seem to have piqued her curiosity.
I hope so. But it is a faint hope. Just like me. I can't leave. I could only suffer. But I'm supposed to do that in silence. Everyone here hates me for what I am. I'm the thing that kills you, and the only reason you're alive. Made by a promise, undone by the truth. A handshake, a hug, the first beat of a newborn's heart. I am hope. What little is left of her. A guttering candle in a universe of night.
Raphael's driven her mad. Poor soul.
I'm not much of a friend to anyone anymore. But I could use a friend myself. Do you want a friend to guide you through this madhouse? I hear the jailer. It hears me. It'll call Raphael, make every question count. Make some of them count twice.
You must ask of the Orphic Hammer. Without it, the Prince of the Comet and the Githyanki people remain forever chained.
Where's the Orphic Hammer?
Discovered an ancient Gith prince in need of a savior? The Orphic Hammer is the perfect tool for breaking all infernal chains. Hope can help. The hammer is here in this house. It's...
You hear a sound like the rattle of a chain, and an agonizing scream in your head as hope flickers from view momentarily.
Shh. Quiet. There it goes. Everyone here is mad. Even you, especially me. And that makes them dangerous, but it also makes them stupid. I'll make you seem as ruined as the rest of the people here. A simple glamour to make you a terrible wretch. Now whisper your questions, little wretch. But really quiet and very clever. Concentrate.
Charisma is because I got a +2 to it. Oh no! Inspiration. Nice.
Remember, quiet as a mouse.
Where is the Orphic Hammer?
The same place you'll find your sorry little soul when Raphael rips it out. In the archive, down the corridor, past the debtor. Oh, the debtors. They won't like you. But I like you. I know I do. I think I do. I hope I do. I just need to ask one question, and I'll know for sure.
Wait, I have more questions.
No, it's my turn. I never asked this of anybody. Nobody was capable, nobody was worthy, nobody was good enough, but you have it all. Can you save me? Please, 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 please.
If I can, I will. What needs to be done?
All right. You have to listen very, very, very closely. I will say this only once. Find the key, take the hammer, smash my chains. Find the key, take the hammer, smash my chains. Find the key, take the hammer, smash my chains. But be careful, once you take the hammer, the fire will come, and Raphael, you must run, 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 run. But don't forget me. Please, please, please. I don't want to burn. Not again.
We won't. We'll get you out. I promise.
The rattle of chains echoes louder from unseen places, and without a scream or a sigh, hope disappears.
There's nothing.
Indebted disguise. We're in disguises. Demoir's attire. Interesting. I wonder if I get to keep this. This attire disguises you as a poor soul indebted to Raphael. Other debtors in his thrall will not be hostile to you. Wait, let me save. I'm 124 hours into this game.
Damn. I swore I'd never come back to the Hells. And here I am.
Has a way of pulling us along with or without our approval.
Escaping fate happens to be my speciality.
Infernal Mason? The Feast Hall. You know, actually, I missed something back here. Let me read this real quick. There's a guest book over here. Can I fucking... As a post guest book. Please say below. Invited guests with double R privileges. Hallister Black Cloak, Social Call, High Inquisitor, Ferilius Receptor, Diabolic Audit. Involuntary guests. Feast Hall access only, meal plan D. Silveria, Return Unharmed, Thalvis, Damned, Sir Bolto, Damned. Okay. What's the plaque say?
Rest your weary soul.
How welcoming. Is it possible to kill Raphael? Can devils die? Hey, what's up, buddy?
Another sorry soul come to wander these halls. What do you seek?
What do you know of this place?
Despite appearances, this whole house is more of a prison than a parlor. Most here have no choice but to remain. I am one such. This is not my home, but I can never leave.
What ties you to the House of Hope?
I was an architect in life, a builder of tombs and temples, but mostly of towers. My proudest work reached for the stars and sought to dry Selûne's tears. It was a monument to life and to virtue, and a happy home to my master for many years.
What went wrong?
Deaths in the family. Happiness rarely lasts a lifetime. When tragedy came, my master fell into darkness and despair. He marshaled a great army to ruin the world and bring all into shadow. I could not let it happen. I sought out the devil, Raphael, and signed an infernal pact with him. He promised to destroy my master's army, and I promised him my soul in return. The devil was true to his word. Fiends slaughtered my master's forces, but he endured somehow and blighted the land.
This is a familiar tale. Are you the architect of Moonrise Towers?
You know my work. Oh, I am glad it endures. Perhaps you also have the misfortune of knowing my master, General Ketheric Thorm.
Well, I have great news for you, because I killed his ass.
Then all came to pass as I had hoped. Though a century too late for my family and friends. Your actions may have justified the price of my soul. I thank you. Tell me, what became of my pride? What became of Moonrise Towers?
We healed the land and lifted the shadow curse. Moonrise will be a beacon of light again.
I did not think it possible. Thank you. My spirit smiles for the first time in a century. Now go. Finish your business here and leave while you can.
He's a nice fellow. Infernal iron doors. Locked. Asterion.
Close. Let's crack it open.
25. Fuck. Fuck. Fucking hell, mate. It's fucking bloody Tuesday, isn't it, bruv?
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Oh, those are debitors. Raphael's archive. Debitor.
Time to press ahead.
Let's maybe not go that area just yet.
You shouldn't be here. None of us should.
Okay. Investigate the archive. I want to look around, but I shouldn't. Another debitor. Actually, yeah, let's.
I can't feel my legs. I can't feel my skin.
Prison hatchway. Opulent chest. Outer portals.
Over here!
Oh, hi.
When is a door not a door? When it's a jam jar! We won't find a way out here. Or a way in.
There must be something useful here.
Oh, there is. There is. If you stare into the portals long enough, your mind starts to do cartwheels and tricks you into thinking you're falling into a horrible, yawning void. It's one of my favorite ways to pass the time. But you have no time to waste, or time will waste you. And what you need from the house is in the archive. Not here.
Portal to Enzo Berezin, portal to Luxkin, portal to Memphisar, portal to Baldur's Gate, portal to Waterdeep, portal to Neverwinter, portal to Athkaltwa. I want to go there. Yawning. What if I am yawning, huh? Who are you?
Something's on my mind.
Stay out of my way. Don't touch anything and keep quiet. I've had enough pests bothering me today. I don't need another.
What is this place?
The Chamber of Egress, way station of the Hells, providing access to Raphael's clientele wherever they might make their home. I am its keeper, New Baldin, very much not at your service.
You know Hope?
The greatest pest of all! I've always thought hope to be a dirty, empty little word. She suits it well.
Any idea where I can find her?
She pops in and out of existence all over the house, but whatever you've seen is just a trick of the light. Her corporeal form is down in the dark, bound by unbreakable chains in Raphael's dungeon. It used to be my prison, New Baldin's very own pit of pain. I was its keeper. But that was a very long time ago.
Why don't you work in the prison anymore?
I made a mistake. Raphael doesn't tolerate mistakes. We had one house guest by the name of Gortash. A mischievous little blot of a boy, and he slipped through my fingers.
Gortash was here? Lord Enver Gortash?
Lord? Is that what he calls himself these days? The snivelling little shit. He was the son of a cobbler or some such meager tradesman, sold to Raphael by his loving parents to pay off a petty debt. Lord, indeed. I used to bruise my knuckles on his whimpering little face. I'd like to have snapped his neck.
I'd like to snap his neck myself.
Then why not get to the snapping of necks instead of the flapping of lips? I'm tired of you.
I'd like to visit the prison. Where is it?
What interest do you have in the prison?
Detect thoughts. Reading minds.
Strange that they need directions. There's only one way into the prison. Down the hatch at the end of the corridor on the left.
I figured. Okay, well. Nah, I'm good. Never mind.
You're a curious little bug.
Okay, bye. What's up, Karlach?
So, Gortash's parents sold him to a warlock. Why does that sound so familiar? I've got no interest in empathizing with the fuck. But maybe what he did to me was some kind of mirror of what happened to him. When you get fucked up, you fuck up right back.
I love saying the funny fuck word. Let's go to Neverwinter.
Neverwinter, Jewel of the North. I wonder if the cult of the Absolute has influence there as well.
Ooh, have dialogue.
City of coin, capital of arm. They say the streets are paved with gold.
Lou, what do I want for lunch? Such a cute emote. You want... You want Spanish food. A Waterdeep, please. What does Waterdeep say?
Waterdeep, the crown of the north.
Wow, that's it.
Waterdeep. The forces of the Absolute could threaten even the City of Splendors if they were to reach it.
Portal to Baldur's Gate.
Salty air, the patter of feet. Baldur's Gate lies beyond.
We have our own portal to take us back to Baldur's Gate.
Actual Spanish or Mexican? Whatever. Whichever, I suppose.
I am light. I am free.
This portal leads directly to the frigid citadel of Mephistar, nestled in the Hells.
Mephistar, home to the archdevil Mephistopheles. Raphael's bold indeed if he ever visits uninvited.
Secrets of the port city of Luskan flutter behind this portal.
Luskan, city of sails, at the far north of the Sword Coast, in the shadow of the spine of the world.
Menzoberranzan, the jewel of the Underdark, lies beyond.
Menzoberranzan, city of spiders. Of course Raphael has dealings in the depths of the Underdark.
I might have said this before, but Act 1 has references to Baldur's Gate descent into Avernus, the pre-written adventure. Oh. You haven't? Meaning, if you play through that, then your character canonically exists in this universe. I like that. I like that they tied. It's lore accurate. It's in universe. I like that.
I heard a step upon the boards.
Here, the chaos of the world is dimmed. Here, the violence of life is pacified. Here, there is order.
Yep, that's hell, alright. Can I travel across these rocks? There's a passageway. I'm assuming this would take me to the dungeon. Good to know that there's a different entrance. Baldur's Gate. Descent to Avernus. I didn't know the Baldur's Gate pre-written story was involved Avernus. That's cool. I don't actually know anything about the pre-written stories. Who the fuck are you? Oh, you're just like a dude. Incubus? What if I killed you in your sleep? It's a campaign you can run.
I don't need any attention right now. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
A lost little mouse is running through the house.
Oh, gods. What the fuck have I stumbled into?
A thief in the night, greedy and here to take. Why are you here, little thief?
Raphael, you're looking very skimpy.
Raphael? Ha! No. You will have a far crueler master than Raphael soon. But what inspired you to pay him a visit?
I won't tell you.
This is very naughty. Whatever are we to do? Why don't we play a game? You win, I give you everything you desire. But you'll enjoy yourself more if you lose.
Okay, but like I fuck with the harness. A little too gaudy for me. What's the game?
It's a surprise. Off with your clothes.
I want to see where this goes. Okay, I'll play along.
Good, little thief. Good. Keep going like this. And you'll get to live. You'll be crying out my name soon. You'd better know it. I am Harlip, Raphael's personal incubus, glamored and transfigured to look like him. I'm a perfect copy. He only ever wants to sleep with himself. What's better than the devil you know, eh?
His violating stare sees more than all of you. It sees potential.
Before we continue, I want to make sure you're comfortable.
Sometimes, when he's feeling adventurous, Raphael will ask me to change into the Archduchess, Raphael. I can take her form if you choose. A simple swap pales in comparison to what you were about to do for me.
Where is this going? It matters not to me.
Then the Archduchess I shall be. On the bed. Lie back.
Kind of crazy that like there's and the other three are just gonna watch. What's gonna happen?
I already told you. It's a surprise. Don't you like surprises?
Is the rest of your party just watching? Yes. How is there not a both option? That would be cool. Okay.
Do what you want, but don't expect me to applaud you when it's over.
Lizelle's gonna be pissed. I mean, it's not. I don't know, dude. Is this really just like a... Oh, have you ever wanted to have sex with Raphael? Well, here you go. I can't really say I entirely want to have sex with Raphael. I
Any
don't really
thought
want
of
to.
resistance or control is fading. You will obey, giving yourself body and mind to them.
Is this really just like a... I mean, yeah, I guess he is an incubus, right? Okay, this was a good laugh, but I am kind of here to kill you. And steal from you. Alright, get me out of here.
You will make a pretty feast.
I'm naked over here. At least tell me I'm wearing armor. Do I have my shit? Oh god, I'm fully naked. My AC is ruined. Imagine if he didn't let you out put your armor back on. I'll admit it is very funny that they that they do take my that they do make me like completely naked. It is funny, I will admit. Arrow of fiend slaying. Ethereal escape. What the fuck? I can't target him. Fuck's ethereal escape? He's trying to make a break for it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, we're fine.
This one won't play nice.
Oh, never mind. We're not fine. It's alright. I might be in danger though. I can only hit her once per turn and then she goes fucking ethereal. What a gimmick. On the bright side, I'm killing him very quickly. Pew. 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 Oh, well, that's all those imps. Can I do maneuvering attack ranged? That would expend a superiority die. I should hang on to those actually. All right, never mind then. Damn, I'm really just dick out. My whole cock and balls are out. I'm in hell and my dick is out.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Since when can I cast Bestow Curse? I can do command. Compel duel. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. All right, I'll just move back. Good job, Dummy. Look what you did, SMH. What are you talking about? I'm handling this perfectly fine. Just need to put my shit back on. I wasted my resources putting on my fucking disguise instead of my armor. That's okay. You know Eldritch Blast? Great, they're all gonna Eldritch Blast me. Asterion. Arrow of many targets. Actually, is that what I want to do? I could do smoke. Could do lightning. Let's do lightning. Almost. What are you gonna do? Ethereal escape? Are you really just gonna run away? Oh, for fuck's sake, he's charmed. Pick up an item or creature, throw it at the target, dealing additional damage and knocking it prone. Tempted. Very tempted. I'm just gonna have to go for a melee. Hiya! Almost dead. Almost dead. Can you do planar binding? I forgot I have that. I could do that. Should I do rush attack? Sure, I'll do rush attack. Yeah, I should be able to kill that one. Oh god. Lae'zel, no! Lae'zel! Oh god. Shield. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. How do I get that off of you? Incubus charmed. Wisdom save. Oh, I could cast Disintegrate next time this bitch pops up. How can I take that off of you? Remove curse. Target isn't cursed. I don't have like a counter charm. Huh. All right, I have an idea. Time for my little bag of tricks. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I've got like a bunch of them. There we go. Care of something's gift. Oh fuck, she's saved. Wait. Sorry, Liz, I'll have to paralyze you. Alright, that works. I'll stand over here. Asterian. Doing Asterian things.
Delicious.
Pew!
This way.
Oh, for God's sakes.
That might be worth a look.
Can't use reactions. Dazed. Has disadvantage on wisdom saving throws. Can't take reactions and loses dexterity bonuses on their armor class. Removed if allies help the creature. Wow. I should wait until Asterian goes.
Heading out.
The subtle approach.
Miss! Ah, oh, fuck. Shit, I could have stunned him too with my character. Fuck, please don't do anything crazy. Okay, that's fine. I don't like that. I don't like that. Shit. Subjectively drained. Affected entity's life force has been drained by the incubus, reducing its maximum hit points by 30. Wow. And you hit that with me twice? That sucks. Do you think I could do 51 points of damage? No, Asterian has a better chance. Alright, I'll hold off.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
I'm going to do... Hold monster.
Get started.
With finesse.
And then he is going to hide. And fucking shoot the shit out of him. 33 damage. Are you still held? Hell yeah, you're still held. Alright, Carla, kill him.
Fun.
At the ready.
Alright, I need to not be naked now. Alright, I have my shit back. AC is 24. Are you still cursed? No, okay. Karlak, take a health pot.
Let's march.
Actually, I should probably give you like one more, right? Hang on. Oh wait, I can have Karlach just drink it. Oh, that's how you. That's such a quick way of doing it. I never.
alive.
Dude, I'm so
That's
slow. I
progress.
just figured out that I can do that. Anyway. You guys got anything on you?
That's curious.
Purple grapes. What the incubus have?
Inside.
Ooh, Helldusk gloves. Oh shit, I can get his fucking straps. Nice. Key from Raphael's safe. Infernal Acuity, you gain +1 bonus to spell attack rolls and spell save DC. Infernal Touch, your weapon attacks deal an additional 1d6 fire damage, your unarmed attacks deal an additional 1d6 necrotic. Excuse me. You can possibly inflict bleeding. Strength saving throws a +1, and you cantrip a ray of fire. Oh my god, rays of fire. Holy shit. This would be good for Will. Lazella, you pissed at me for almost having sex with that.
The house is excessive, overwrought, and ever so seedy. A perfect reflection of its owner.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to talk about us.
I'm listening.
I'd like to kiss you.
I'd like the same.
Aw. That's really sweet. That was not aligned. It looks like you just kipped the top of my nose. That's sweet. Okay. Never mind.
With haste.
I
Don't mind if I do.
still crazy that so if I did have sex with the incubus, would that have just been done just in front of my team? Would they have just been sitting there watching the whole time?
In the twisted strokes of the artist's brush, you sense the fragments of a forsaken soul, laid out in reds, blues, and yellows.
I push button. Ouch. Oh, the safe. Raphael's notes and soul coins. What's in the notes? The actors have finally reached Baldur's Gate, so I can commence the next stage of my play. They have learned the Astral Prism's secret, but I will tell them that I have the key, the Orphic Hammer, the only thing that can break the prince's chains. The hammer will be kept safely in the archive, protected by a password. What shall it be, perhaps? Give me my heart's desire. Well,
Magic key. That'll help us in the archive.
that's very good to know.
Better to put the debtor's attire back on. Keeps the locals quiet.
Okay. What else we got? Fancy outfit. I will steal because it money. It worth money.
To be nothing, to be gone.
Splendid good outfit. Winter gala outfit. Splendid red outfit. This is a question that you are free to answer.
Don't touch me.
Can Volo become a follower? Like a companion? Is that how you get the bard? Like, or just a bard companion? Because he is a bard, right? We don't have a bard. Oh my god, angelic slumber. Fuck yes. Dude, that potion goes so hard. What else we got around here? Because as much as I would love to have a bard companion and bard stuff to deck out, I have no bard.
Have a lot on my mind and, well, in it. Maybe I need more pockets.
Mahogany wardrobe, more outfits,
Something good here, I hope.
more outfits. I'll take that plate.
Best be on my way.
As I just casually steal furniture. Mystic Force curtain. Who are you? A debit?
I like to watch
The door to the boudoir. I like to see who goes in, who comes back out, and who never does.
Okay. Does Raphael mind what you're watching his coming and goings?
Why? It was his idea. Here I watch, forever and forever. Oh, I can never join in, but I'll always look.
Okay. You know what goes on in that room?
Oh, I like to peep through the keyhole. There's so much to see.
Hey, yo.
So much to see.
Show your invitation.
Voyeur. That does make sense that you are a voyeur. There are no bard companions. Aww. They didn't make 12 companions. Aww. That would have been cool if they did. Shameful.
Don't! Please don't!
Locked. There may be a mod for that though. I suppose that's why are you walking on all fours? Okay.
How do I steal?
Same bit. Snacks. What is this? Inert infernal gem. Wisdom. Infernal control gem. What did I just do? What am I controlling? Arcana. Uh-oh.
An infernal gem
Ow.
seething in its cage, protecting the secrets of its master.
I would have to hit a nat 20 if I'm gonna hit that. Fuck. Do I dare? Yeah, I dare. Fuck.
An infernal gem seething in its cage, protecting the secrets of its master.
Think there's an infernal key? I have a Fortnite squad who's a bunch of normies, and when we end a session, we always bark at each other. Are you sure they're normies? Unclean internal debitor. I don't want to know.
Let's see.
What we got over here?
Oh, so tired.
Guile, the face that masks 1,000 lies.
Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons. Ooh, a rat. Oh shit. A rat. He's an eternal rat. What's up, buddy?
I'm in two minds. The rat and the man and the rat, they gnaw at one another. Which one will be the meat and which one will be the tooth?
How did you end up here?
Cheated my chums, took everything and ran. The kindly devil hid me from them, made sure they'd never find me. I skitter now, bested the litter, and hungry, want victuals sweet with rot. Simpler life, but harder.
I'm getting married tomorrow. Or was it yesterday?
Okay, little rat guy. What did a rat do to get his soul damned here? Thankfully, he just told us his whole story.
You look positively wretched. Perfect.
Oh, the archives are here. I hope.
Hello again, little mice. The price for speaking is steep, but I must give warning. Your prize is just ahead in the archive, but you can't take it yet. And even if you could, you mustn't. Trigger the alarm, and Raphael will come swooping home on wings of malice to rip out your soul. In this house, thieves are melted like butter and spread onto toast. Shh. I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again.
I need you to stay calm and guide me.
I can. I shall. I can. I shall. The archivist is the key, but he's as stubborn as a king and as serious as a heart attack. Exploit his piddling weakness and make him grovel! Oh no. They hear me. Speak quickly, speak softly. You know how this goes.
Charisma. Oh, fuck. Fuck, I'm running out of inspiration. No. Am I okay with failing this? Yeah, I'm okay with failing this.
You hesitate a moment too long, and hope begins to fidget and panic.
I don't hear a thing, Sir Jailer, except for the gentle cracking of my ribs.
Hope vanishes from sight, and the house seems to tighten around you like a constricting artery.
Okay. Hey, it was in that chest. The wine goblet?
The spilt wine is laced with the perfume of an exquisite poison. An unexpected treat.
The rats! The rats!
What's in this lever?
The mechanism is locked and can't be used again.
I don't know what that did. A list of essential personnel. A record of various associates of Raphael's listing their duties and their respective performance. Corellia Hearthflame Fieldwork. So far I've barely had to singe the tip of her fingers. This one shows promise. Archivist, naughty boy, supposed to be looking after the collection, but has a tendency to drift. May have to start breaking his neck to give his spine a chance to recover. New Balden. Little shit let Cortash get away, not letting him near the prisons ever again. Chamber of Egris will do fine until I can find a replacement for him. Cool. What's with the clock? Touch.
This clock does not measure the passage of time. Perhaps it measures how much time remains?
Remains? The boudoir, the outer portals, the feast hall, the foyer. Should I be talking to the other debitors? What's your story?
They're eating me
from the inside. The rats. The rats. The rats. Ugh.
Brother, welcome. It's so good to see a new face.
How long have you been in the House of Hope?
Long enough to forget the faces of my family.
Oh. Who are you?
Who am I? I do not know. Who was I? I can answer. A priest. I spent most of my life singing praise to a god who did not listen. 1,000 prayers with no reply. Imagine it. Raphael answered the first time I called out to him.
Which god did you worship?
I do not remember. Perhaps they never existed, and I sang my prayers into the void.
What did you ask of Raphael?
Not riches or miracles, just enough coin to keep my family happy and healthy. Raphael delivered, and then I was delivered to him.
Hmm. What's your deal?
Away! This is Raphael's chamber pod.
Do you know when Raphael will come home?
I never know. I just wait. So nicely.
Are you its guardian?
Its admirer, its protector. It is my one true beloved.
Okay. Imagine if asked someone why they were here and they just say, I was so horny. I mean, I think there's something lewd going on with the one who likes voyeurism. Oh, another skeleton. Librarian.
I cleanse the books. I comb each and every line for falsehoods and purge them pure.
Raphael knows everything you think.
Lovely. Oh my god, it's the Orphic Hammer. Impervious Sphere. Archivist. Another librarian. I want to talk to the skeleton.
No interruptions, please.
Oh, my apologies.
A guest? Are you a client of the Master, or a visitor from elsewhere in the Hells? I do not believe you were invited. One moment. I shall consult the visitor's schedule.
His eyes flicker back and forth as if he is reading a book. He has the schedule memorized, or it's carved into his eyelids.
Most irregular. The schedule is all but clear, and yet you are here.
Detect thoughts. Oh, fuck. Alright, this one I will inspire for. Are you fucking me?
Trying to see my thoughts. There are too many, and they are all mine.
I'm so glad you didn't get aggro.
The Master will deal with you when he returns, and I'll mop up whatever remains.
Wonderful. The Nautiloid Adventurers. Attached to this letter is a map with detailed list of locations, all of which are familiar. Raphael, as requested, I've kept a close eye on the infected adventurers who fell from the Nautiloid and survived. Impressive. They spent a while stumbling around like lost babies, easily distracted ones at that. But finally made it to Moonrise Towers. You should have seen the mess they made there. Pure delicious chaos. They killed Kethric. It was a hell of a show. I'm delighted I got a front row seat, and now they're in Worm's Crossing. If the last few days are anything to go by, I'm expecting more blood, death, and chaos. Which means I'll be running into you any day now. If anything changes, they'll keep you posted, Corellia. Shout out to my fellow voyeurist. Any voyeurism, any voyeur people in chat? Amulet of Greater Health. Ooh. Can I read the plaque?
Amulet of Greater Health.
That's curious.
Are you just gonna stare at me?
Always read the fine print.
Half tempted to kill you.
The master will deal with you when he...
Do I need you? I don't think I need you alive. I'm just gonna... hang on, let me just close the door behind me.
Raphael hears everything you say.
Zawardo.
Go. On tippy toes.
Uh-oh. Fuck, I can't put the outfit back on. Fuck, I broke my cover. Uh-oh. Just, okay, it's fine. It's okay. I didn't think that would, like, well, I guess, That's a good emote, squirrel. Good thing I saved right at the front door. Hello.
A guest? I do... Most irregular. The schedule is all
Detect
clear,
thoughts.
and yet you are here. No visitors expected, other than Corella Hearthflame and Virilius Receptor, Zariel's High Inquisitor.
You're never gonna guess who I am. Oh, fuck, it's 15. Not the nat 1. Not the 6. You're fucking me. Am I really gonna save Scum for these fucking rolls? Because I swear I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. Bow, 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 bow. Yawn. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Yawn, 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 yawn. Actually, what if I make Astarion do the conversation?
Step forward.
That way, because he has like proficiency in deception, right?
Watch your back. A guest? I do not believe. Most irregular.
Detecting thoughts.
The schedule is all but
Thoughts
clear.
detected.
No visitors expected.
Deception.
Other than Carilla Hearthflame and Verilius Receptor.
Hey, right on the money.
Zariel's High Inquisitor. 1,000 apologies, O majestic magistrate of the Infernal Court. Your mortal guise is so vile, I found it perfectly convincing. I would prostrate myself before you and kiss your calluses, but my spine is ruptured in 1,000 places. You do know how Raphael likes to play. As always, the archive is yours to peruse. You'll find everything accounted for, and I can present documents of procurement if necessary.
Any new highlights in the collection?
A fine pair of gauntlets that allow the wearer to twist the head from even the most resilient malingerer. An amulet that causes the blood to surge and the heart to swell, along with other parts.
Hey, yo.
Most invigorating. And awaiting installation, we have secured a rod that gathers the weave around it in great quantities, just as surely as shit gathers flies.
I'd like to see the hammer, please.
An exquisite and most unique artifact, crafted with materials hewn from the depths of the hells by Raphael's Merrigan labor force. As it was created by Raphael himself, we have no documents of procurement, nor do we require any. But if you wish to examine the artifact itself, you are more than welcome. As part of the special collection, that item is guarded by a master word that even I do not know. I suggest you wait until Raphael returns, and you can discuss the matter with him. You are welcome to relax in the boudoir until then. It is where Raphael conducts his most private matters of business and pleasure. You will need this to gain access.
I've
The
already.
resident of the boudoir will wish to explore every inch of your new form, and I'm sure you will be happy to share.
Boudoir invitation. That's so funny. I don't need this.
I've got a long road ahead.
But
Very well.
we're good. Power of the crown. Fall of the Nether. Bearing gauntlets of hill giant strength. I would like to examine. Strength saving throws +1. Set the wearer's strength to 23. The enchantment has no effect if the strength score is higher without it. Ooh. Ooh, 23. What's that? A +7? Lazel, what's your strength? You have 18. Damn. Karlak, what about you? Why do you have a strength of 27? Oh, right, because I gave you the elixir of cloud strength. Damn, that's crazy. I want these.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
A guest? Are you a client of the master? I do not believe you.
His eyes.
Most irregular. The schedule is all but clear. And
Do I-
yet you are here.
Do I not have to make a check for this?
You most certainly are not. And whoever you are already trying by extremely limited.
Okay, never mind. Asteriad, talk to him.
You are stupendously lugubrious.
Okay, I can't talk to you anymore. Alright, that's not cool.
Everything.
Huh. Interesting. Are you just gonna stare at me? Fuck, this guy's gonna stare at
I
me.
see the Orphic hammer has caught your eye. It really is a magnificent exhibit. Wholly unique.
I take this and he's gonna go aggro. I don't suppose there's any way I can...
Here goes nothing.
I don't suppose I can, distract him with something? Telescope.
Through the telescope, a sinister vista sprawls before you. Boiling rivers and sheer crags. A sight of the hells that you'll never forget.
Am I alone here? I can't see, I can't hear, I can't feel.
Vengeance, the most delectable of poisons.
More for me.
Does it just steal a fucking painting?
Time to wake up. Time up.
Would he not mind if I take the books? First indicator of the fall of Netheriel, written by Raphael. Even a Marigon could not have kept a smile from creeping across its face when walking through those fields of the dead. Bodies broken and lay painted crimson from horizon to horizon, Karsus brought ethereal cities tumbling from the skies. And for a brief, glorious moment, he created a spectacle of such utter horror. It was worthy to be the 10th hell. I delighted in it. Until I realized that one thing I sought was not to be found among the delicious carnage. The crown had been stolen. Oh, I can take the books. Nice. Oh shit! Dimension door. Downfall of the Iron Throne. Top corner is folded down with one. Top corner is folded down on one of the final pages, and with the downfall of Seraphoc, the City Mages Council was asked to make a memorable example of the Iron Throne, whose criminal headquarters squatted like a dire toad in the center of Baldur's Gate, looming over the disgusted citizenry its thugs had so recently preyed upon. The council hastily okay, Bob, I'm not really entirely interested. Damn, dude, you're really just gonna stare at me while I'm in here? I'm just stealing your books, man. Nothing out of the ordinary. Ooh, what's in the display cases?
Not like the others.
Taming Hope Part 1? Corelli's transcript of a conversation between Raphael and her sister Hope. Raphael, did your sister sing you nursery rhymes? Hope, what? Raphael. Little Miss Tuffle sat on the kettle, steam blowing between her hips. Along came her oven, in need of some loving, and soon she had scalded hips. That's funny. And yet you do not laugh. Come, Hope, do not look so aggrieved. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah.
Raphael hears everything you say.
Orders for Archivist. Archivist, without delay, moves some of the contracts and treasures to the main cache, We are excited about soon acquiring the crown of Karsus and want certain things on display, while the rest may be safely stored in the secret vault. What we want in the archive are the Amulet of Greater Health and Gauntlets of Hill Giant Strength, with a place is reserved for the crown. Artifacts in the vault should be the Staff of Spell Power and backup gold cache. There's a Staff of Spell Power, you say? And where would one might find a Staff of Spell Power? They're in the vault. And where would one find such a vault? I don't see one. Unless it's hidden. Alright. I don't think there's a way to do this without raising the alarm. List of debitors. Thinking. Raphael's treasure vault. Ooh, that's where it is. Let's check out the vault real quick. It's blocked by that fucking crystal. Right? Oh, and there's this fucking chest right here that I want to see what's in. Yep. It's the really only way to open this through the Arcana check. Fuck. Visionary? Who are you?
He said he'd turn my eyes in on themselves. To see inside me. Rolling and rolling until they burst.
Hurt me, please.
What have we got here? Wait, let me close this door. I'm stealing. Alright, what's with this letter? Let's read the letter. We are concerned to report a regrettable incident within our esteemed House of Hope. It has come to our attention that one of the guests, driven into madness by insatiable curiosity, attempted to breach the security of your revered boudoir The misguided individual, their mind clouded by a desperate desire of forbidden knowledge, sought to gain access to your private quarters and uncover the secrets that lie within. They believe that the back door on the balcony... That is... Did I forget to close Discord again? Oh my god. No way. I did. Oh my god. This happens every stream. That's so funny. Alright, where was I? It's great how the front gates really keep out these fucking bots, huh? Anyway. Sorry, I'm just checking some stuff out. Alright. They believe that a back door on the balcony would serve as their clandestine path to knowledge. However, rest assured, my lord, that our vigilant guardians swiftly intervened and prevented any further trespassing, so please don't lure us into lemurs. Turn us into lemurs. Should we check out that passage? Who are you? Okay.
Kill me. Kill me, please.
I laughed in life. I cry in death. A wicked shadow.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Don't look at me. I'm dancing. I love to dance. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You. Are you good?
I try to be.
You can't be. No one can. No matter how straight we stand, how much we smile. I tried, but I don't think I can ever be good. Instead, I'll be perfect.
Okay. Opulent chest, prison hatchway. Founding us Baldur's Gate. I am actually interested in that. Because I just casually steal. Will they care if I lockpick? Only one way to find out. I'd imagine there's no way that they don't not care that I'm lockpicking, right? Should I go invisible just in case? I gotta pick locks. Let's go invisible just in case. Zabardo. 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 For fuck's sake.
All right. What now?
What a day. A crooked touch.
Did they not care?
No one stopped me yet.
Wow. Guileful movement, heroism, money, and misty step. Nice.
Keep your distance, darling. Just like old times.
I need these people to not look at me. Lockpicking impossible. Oh wow. It's a strength roll.
Can't give up now.
Wait, Karlak. Nice. Alright, well that's that open. There's a small gilded chest that I want to open, and then we can start the second phase. However, who here is proficient in Arcana? Absolutely none of us. Starion has a +1. Other than that, we're all dumb as fuck. Alright, Asteria's gonna have to be you then.
How delicious.
An infernal gem seething in its cage, protecting the secrets of its master.
Oh shit, nice. I could just make the check as many times as I want. I love that.
Can't slow down.
Oh baby, mole. No. Mole. Fuck. God damn it. But also, ooh, that's fucking. Lazel, get in here. Can I close the door behind me? No, I can't. All right, that's fine.
I've got a long road ahead.
First things first. Money. Ooh, a helmet. Helldusk helmet. Infernal sight. You can see in magical and ordinary darkness up to a range of 12 meters. You cannot be blinded. Oh my god! Magical durability. The wielder has +2 bonus to save throws against spells. Attackers can't land critical hits on the wielder. Oh my god! Shit! Sheesh! This would have been amazing against the fucking temple people. Emulating gaze. Sear and frighten a target with nothing but your glower. You deal an additional 2d8 fire damage against burning creatures, and they become feared. That's fucking crazy. That's awesome. And there's 666 amount of gold in here. Can I read Mole's contract? I hate that I can't read it. Whatever.
Never wanted.
Give me that fucking staff, baby. Ugh. Shit. Staff of spell power. Very rare. Arcane enchantment. Gain a +1 bonus to spell save DC and spell attack rolls. Arcane battery. Alleviate the arcane burden of spell casting with the power of this staff. Your next spell you cast doesn't cost a spell slot. Weapon enhancement +2. Fuck. Damn. Shit. I'm biting my lip, bro. Fuck. Hey, let me save real quick.
Trust no one.
Would you guys care if I just lockpick this in front of your face? Wow, you don't care. Amazing. Oh my god, 2 of these! About creation of Orphic Hammer. Ooh. Debitor's attire. A frumpy hat.
If not over, then through.
What a time. What a place. I believe we have looted everything here that there is needed to loot, so... Well, aside from helping Hope. Alright, I just want the items. What if Astarion is the one who grabs it? Will that matter?
Something over there.
Amulet of greater health.
Can I examine it? Oh, disarm. Oh, fuck. Set the wearer's constitution score to 23. The enchantment has no effect if their constitution score is greater. Ooh. Would you care if I just disarm this in front of your face? That's so funny. Would you care if I take it in front of your face?
Lay a finger on the master's treasures, and you will lose the entire hand.
Ah, okay. I gotta do it when he's not looking though. I also want to see what's in these display cases. It's gonna be hard to play. It's gonna be difficult to rob. Because there's so many fucking skeletons.
What's that?
I'm glad he doesn't care about the disarming though. Lonex Phantom VT. Hello. Thank you for the treat. Oh yeah, it's an apple. Thank you. Welcome on in, friend. Hello. Thinking to myself, I'm gonna have to use invisibility. And I'm thinking if I'm gonna rob this place. You wouldn't happen to have anything special about you, would you? Dark vision, hellish resistance. No. What about you? Dark vision. No. All right. Yeah, invisibility will be more than enough. I'm just gonna stand over here and then go Zawardo. Gonna go ahead and steal these.
You summoned Master Raphael.
Uh-oh.
And I haven't finished dusting the artifacts yet. He will be most annoyed. This is delightful. You have what you wanted, but you cannot leave lest all hells break loose. A hopeless situation. Let's be quick.
Well, shit. Let's try that one more time. You think it's because I wasn't sneaking? I wasn't crouched. I need to be crouched for that, probably. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just like magically locked or magically like sealed, and just picking it up just auto triggers. Which means I don't have a lot of time, which is a-okay.
Tread carefully.
I'm now going to go invisible and crouch and then stop time. Then I'm going to stand over here and steal this. Oh, never mind.
Summoned Master Raphael, and I hadn't finished dusting the artifacts yet. You'll be most annoyed. This is delightful.
All right, well, it's we're just gonna have to play with it. Where it's the part of the heist where we break the glass and we steal the jewels.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. On my way.
There it is. The Orphic hammer, right within reach. A magical field surrounds the item, preventing you or anyone from touching it. You surmise it's controlled by a vocal component. Magic words.
You know the words. Now speak them.
Speak the magic words.
The magic blinks away at your words.
Ooh. Orphic hammer. Oh, it's a legendary. Spell resistance. You have advantage on save throws against the spell. Uncrackling strikes. Smite the magical bonds, keeping a creature restrained, paralyzed, and stunned for it. Ooh. Neat. I'll take that. Yeah, and I'll take this.
I'll take that.
What's up, Lysel?
Yes, the hammer is ours. The means to Orpheus's release is in our hands. To the Undercity, Voss must hear of our victory. When we next enter the Astral Prism, we will break Orpheus free. For now, keep focused. Raphael will come to take back his treasure. This is our chance to find out how much this devil bleeds.
Careful, I might. With pleasure.
Do you think it's like an IRL timer that I have before Raphael gets here?
I have a lot on my mind and, well, in it. Should mind my step.
What else we got here? One more display case.
Keep your distance, darling. Should be easy.
No one back home will ever believe this. These boots have seen everything.
Let me see something here. Isn't there actually like a potion that makes you like resistant to being charmed or something? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Anyway.
I've got good news. A bad news. A worst news.
Good news. You got what you came for. Successful visit. Great success. Fantastic work. Bad news. So many things will be on fire when you step outside of this room. You included. That's okay, no, right? It's hell. You expected it to be hot. Worst news, Raphael's on his way home, and oh boy, he is spitting mad. You planned for this. I know you did. You have everything under control. It's really important that you don't panic, even when your eyes evaporate from the heat. Come to my prison, bring the hammer, break my chains, and then we exit stage any which way.
I'll be there.
Quick as a cockroach, lickety-split, if you don't mind.
Alright.
Oh, cursed to put my hands on everything.
Oh boy. All of the debitors. Alarmed debitor. Creature has spotted you as an intruder. Oh boy. Great, we have to kill all of them. I figured this would happen. Starian, shoot him. What the fuck is that? Vengeful boar. Whoa! 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 That's sick as fuck! Damn.
Let's cook your fire, baby.
That's actually cool as fuck.
The hammer's gonna fall.
Go beat him up. Almost. Fuck, great, now he's gonna come out.
Time to strike.
Oh, he doesn't go. Wait, what is this? Hell sphere. Oh, oh, what the fuck is that? What? Elemental, oh my god. Jesus Christ. Let me see this thing. Oh god. Resistant. Immune. Resistant or immune to everything. Yeah, fucking actually. Oh my god, how am I gonna kill this thing? Where's this guy? Oh, he's over there.
I've missed this.
I have an idea. But it requires for it to be Astarian's turn and to use one of my sparse resources. Alternatively, hang on. What have I got? What have I got? I've got a lot of things. What are you resistant to? Let me say that one more time. Immune to necrotic, fire, resistant to lightning, immune to psychic, immune to poison, resistant to radiant, resistant to acid. You know what I'm not seeing in that list? I'm not seeing cold. Or force. Splash it with water. You would think it would be weak to cold, right? Considering it's a giant ball of fucking ice, right? Or fire, right? Wait, I can do wall of ice. Can I block him off? Oh, that's how that works. Hang on. Yeah. Oh god, he broke through the wall. Well, I hope this holds. Oh boy.
That's beyond my way.
I am fury. I am death.
Not much movement. Alright, that's fine. What are you gonna do? Nothing. You're immobile. Yes!
Let's move.
I'm not even gonna bother fucking attacking that thing. Astarian arrow. Great.
Watch this.
Can you smack this thing?
Need to learn the hard way.
Arcane ammunition. Infuse your crossbow bolts with arcane energy. Your ranged weapon attacks deal an additional 1d4 damage. Nah, we should be fine. What are you gonna do? You can't do anything. He's actually immobile. I'm so fucking glad.
Still breathing, despite everything.
I'm gonna loot.
I won't go on without you.
I'm gonna help you out.
Maybe not the best time.
Cannot flee while in this region. I have to kill him. Fuck. I use my action. Alright, everyone shoot the shit out of him. Fire! How did you miss? Slowly, but I can slowly but surely make my way through 200 points of hell. Uh-oh. That's not good. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
Into the shadows.
Wait, ice arrow? Ice arrow. I mean that actually kind of that does do something. Arcane ammunition, infuse a crossbow. Yeah. Having Will here to do an Eldritch Blast would be nice. He's gonna roll towards us. Oh no! Oh, he's so big. He moves so fast. He's beating up Lae'zel. It's okay. Lae'zel does big damage. Wait, what is Icy Cloud? A sheet of frigid air dealing something all that walk for it. Oh, okay. Honestly, that's why I always bring Will. Force damage is great. Force damage is amazing. I'm gonna have to use Disintegrate. Oh, good damage. Phew. We did it. We killed the ball. Can I loot it? It has nothing. I need a heal.
Objective noted.
Still alive, so that's progress. Moving
All right, let's go kill everything else around here.
Can you feel death's cold grip?
Hit him with the pew. And then hit him with the...
Boom.
Karlak, you're gonna be on fire for I feel like a large duration of this
Count on me.
little adventure, but I think it's okay because you're literally resistant to fire.
No choice but to keep going.
And so am I.
At the ready.
Time to
Brass
strike.
Dragonborns.
Taking position.
Jesus, really?
You're not gonna like this, mate.
Light on my feet.
Alright, where are we? We're in the boudoir. Where was that portal? That little thing we saw? It was over here. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god, it's a hell sphere. I don't have another scroll of disintegrate. These things suck. These things suck. These things super suck.
Blood comes easy these days.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Can I hold monster on you? Fuck, he saved. But I can do it. That's not good.
Have to keep going.
The dance macabre. Now they see me.
I'm heating up. Poor fucker.
It's alright, we can beat him up.
Time to strike.
Oh god, it's gonna suck. Who are you gonna go for? Of course.
On the hunt.
Gods, it's hot in here.
Just gotta slowly work our way through.
Put him up.
Swift and lethal.
On my word.
I am fury. I am death.
What can I do? To resistant against like actually everything that I have. I have to use my bag of tricks. Freezing sphere. Yeah. Actually, he's only got like 30 health, right? I can end this next turn. Damn, I can't do shit to this guy. I just gotta beat him up. Of course you go for Lae'zel, you asshole.
We'll do it my way.
Wanna dance?
Oh boy, we're going through our potions.
Looking ahead.
It's alright though.
Never wanted the easy path.
I could cast aid. Honestly. Not like it would really do anything. A whole lot. Do I have it level 2? I do have protection of good and evil. I should use this sometime. I would have used this with the fight against what's his face. I'll cast this. What does it do? Nothing. Okay. Sure. Vita Explorato. Bubba Newt. Hi, Bubba Newt. Howdy. Where were we going again? Was it over here? No, we're going that way. Okay. Wait, Asteri, can you like snipe this guy?
A little chicanery. They want
Nice.
Mind my step.
Oh, you're special. What are you? Vengeful Maragon. Ooh, Maragon Halberd. Neato. Neato like a bandito. And then we got these dudes.
Well, hello.
Let's just go ahead and get rid of them while we're here.
Time for discretion. Surprise. Let's find some.
No traps.
I want the halberd.
These boots have seen everything.
Alright, let's go over here. Eldritch Blast.
Careful! The jailer will swallow you whole if you take another step. And you won't be able to save me while you're being digested! You found my prison. My body is held in chains just beyond. The whole house is tumbling down and Raphael's striding across the plains to come catch a mouse. Now swing that big, beautiful hammer, crack open my chains, and let's get out of here. It's time to fly this coop on a hope and a prayer.
Any advice when it comes to fighting Raphael?
Don't!
Okay.
But if you must, make sure I'm with you. He makes mistakes when he's angry, and seeing me running free will make him as angry as an axe head.
Okay. Let's do this.
You sound so brave, but we really don't have a choice.
Hold on. Is that what I fucking think it is? That's the jailer? A fucking spectator? Holy shit. Holy shit.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Undetected.
Let's keep to the shadows.
You can't see me.
Taking my time.
A surprise round is really what we need right now. What is this? Oh, it's the fucking thing. Damn, we gotta kill that spectator.
Now what?
Alright, what's your deal? You just have a lot of health. You have a low AC though. You don't have that much health actually. The real issue is actually just getting to you. I'll have to jump if I'm gonna go over. Don't you have, hang on, where is it? Elixir of Viciousness. Alright, Astarion. It is so critical that you land this crit. Uh-oh.
Think about where my eye is itching.
What have I got? What have I got? I do have planar binding. Target is not a celestial. What else have I got? Death Throne. Hold monster. Let's try hold monster. Oh, thank God.
Ready for anything.
Get some poison. Actually, do the Gith Yankee. Cool jump thing. Right? Oh, wait, no.
Wanna dance?
Sure.
Let's have some fun.
Ooh, and Astarion still goes. Okay. I have an idea for how I can go about this first round. Wait a minute, there's two spectators. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Fuck.
Let's spill some blood.
Oh, wait, but didn't I hit this guy with hold monster? Aren't you held? Did you fail? Did you pass the save throw? It looked like you didn't. Hang on. No, he succeeded the save throw. Oh, that's so fucking lame. Okay, I'm thinking of how I can do this. I have an idea. The one thing, spectators, I've fought in these guys in the tabletop version. I know what to do. God. Magical darkness. I gotta do darkness. I gotta fucking cover this guy in darkness. Or I could just try and just do damage. Oh my God, I can actually.
Cut a pass, then a throw.
42 damage. Oh. Yep, that's Astarion.
I got this.
You used your jump thing, right? Yeah. Whee! Intimidating presence. Right? No. Yeah, just beat him up. Oh, well, that's one spectator almost dead. Pull arm. Yep, these guys are gonna. Oh God, Karlak. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so fucking scary. It's so scary. Why don't I have an action? Oh yeah, that's right. I'm just gonna go ahead and jump over here. And then I'm gonna move this way.
One day I'll catch a break.
I am fury. I am death.
And now you're gonna kill this guy. And now you have an extra fucking thing. Now fly. Fly, Gith Yankee. Fuck, you don't have enough. Oh my god, I love Lae'zel so much. Oh, my neck. How can I go about doing this?
I smell blood.
Bonk. I gotta hit this with the hammer, right? Yeah.
Shall we cut and run?
Shit, I need to equip the hammer. Is it versatile? It is versatile. Okay. I have to wait for my turn. Can I?
On the way.
I have to jump, really. Oh, fuck. Lae'zel, I need to kill him. Lae'zel. Remove this guy's balls, please.
Where do I go from here?
Oh, I equipped the hammer. Okay. I can't do anything to help you. Fuck. What are you, paralyzed? I don't have anything for paralysis, do I? Not that I can, not that I can do. As a bonus action. Shit. Karlach jump. Karlach smack. Ooh, almost dead. Sentinel. I do love the Sentinel feat. Hello? Oh, nice. Alright.
Hey, good looking.
Karlak, I need you to pop a fucking potion. Same thing for you, Astarion.
No time to rest.
Neato. Oh, I need to loot these beholders, or spectators.
Good idea, I think.
Ooh, a ring. Varnished ring. Paralyzing ray. Ooh. Neato. Money.
With haste.
Is there anything else around here? No.
No time for mercy.
Free! I never thought I would be believed. I could be hoped I might be. Heads will roll! But we must dress the Hollyphant in the room. I can see how you avoid looking at me. I must be so terribly mutilated after all these decades of torture. Don't hold back. Tell me how bad it is.
You look perfectly normal.
We both know that's not true, but thank you for being so kind.
No, really, you look fine. Seriously, there's nothing wrong with you, physically at least.
I hope that was a compliment. We'll carve our way to the entrance hall and chop Raphael into messes. That's the hopeful version, of course. The likely version is that we are the messes and he is the chopper. Onwards!
I like you already. What are you? Hope? Are you a sorcerer? Humanoid gold dwarf. What are you? Blessed healer. What is your class? You do not have a class. You are just a person. What do you know? Healing spells. A lot of healing spells, a lot of protection things, remove curse, divine intervention. What the fuck? Oh, you're a cleric of some sort. What is your staff? Quarterstaff +2. Alright.
What to do? Can't slow down.
I like her. I like her too. Alright. We've still... That's not what I wanted to do. We've still got to fight our way out. Oh wait, hang on. Shield of Faith. Mach de Motif. Now my AC is 26. I am unfucking touchable. Which is good because we have a bunch of fucking goons over here. Astarion, arrow of many targets. Thinking to myself here, what else do I want to do here? Well, with the Astarion, I'm pretty much done. Back it up. Back up the ranger.
Another round.
Should you rage for this? This would be helpful. Yeah, you got 2 more. Alright, Karlak, get in there.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Yep. That's Karlak.
Victory awaits.
Lae'zel. You are going to take fire damage. Do you still have the jumpy thing? No, you have the fly thing. That's gone. Alright. Just shoot arrows. Get these guys to pop. Phew. Oh, that counts as kill. Hey, elixir of viciousness. We love the elixir of viciousness. Oh, Maragon, an imp, and 2 boars. Let's get rid of the imp. Pew. Yo, the amount of arrows you could shoot in one turn, insane. I love Lae'zel.
Can't stay idle.
Oh, I got new shit. Neato. Pew. Can I walk up to you? I can walk up to you. I'm gonna walk up to this guy instead, actually.
You've made a grave mistake.
Bonk. Pole arm. Flam feeble. That's a new one. What is that? Affected entity is vulnerable to fire damage. Whoa, that's a hell of a debuff. Bulwark Rebuke. Alright, Hope. What can you do? Oh, you have like spell slots and shit. You're like a straight up like real caster. Okay. Do a cantrip? They're kind of all bunched up together. I'm not really sure what you can do here. Guiding Bolt? Good Guiding Bolt. Just do a cantrip. It's one down. Alright, Astarion, get in there.
Moving.
Arrows.
Time for a new
Amazing. Bonk. Bonk. We win. We are officially out of greater healing. We only have superior and supreme, which is good, I guess. Our health pools have outscaled
These things have stayed interesting.
the weaker ones. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to do this. All right. Yeah, the imps don't have anything.
Anything of use?
Silver plate.
Don't waste a step.
All right, let's go.
There are 3 things you need to know about Raphael. He's almost home now, closer than a kiss. His favorite color is blood.
Mhm.
And he probably knows 1,000 ways to kill us. This is going to hurt.
Let's go ahead and save. Time to kill Raphael. Oh, hang on. Perfect timing. I have a phone call. Give me a sec. Let's kill Raphael. Actually, can we just get away?
Time slows for a moment, and the air becomes thicker. The master of the house is coming.
What do you mean coming? He's right here.
You.
That's, wow.
There are many things in your world that I loathe. Litters of kittens, chattering children, the noise and the chaos of it all. In my world, in my house, there is order and there is decorum. You came here uninvited and you stole from me. In doing so, you brought the chaos of your world into mine. I will not abide it.
Wait, who the fuck's Corellia? Save? I already did. I saved at the front door. Corellia, this is your chance to be free. Help me take him down. I'm assuming that's the lady next to him. Am I in good time? I don't know who the fuck that is. Who's that?
You think I'm on your side? The only reason you're here is because Raphael allowed you to be. I permitted you the freedom to decide your own fate. You could have been smart, selfless, saved the world. Instead, you came here and risked everything.
Oh, you're the
It's
shopkeep.
The fatal flaw of mortal kind. Take away their free will and they call you a tyrant. Allow them to indulge it and they become tyrants. You would have been heroes if you'd only dealt fairly with me. Instead, you're not so different to doomed Carsus, overreaching your limits and burning your world to ash.
Wrong! 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 They will save their world and smash you to smithereens.
It's this charming naivety that makes your company such a joy to me, Hope. I'll even forgive this little rebellion once you're suitably chastised.
This isn't a rebellion. It's a revolt. I'm revolting!
Then Hope dies today. Commander, you can salvage a trophy from these insects when I'm done with them.
These insects struck me down beneath the Shadowlands. They are worthy opponents. Their skulls will make fine trophies.
Struck him down beneath the Shadowlands? Have we fought before? Have I fought him before? Oh, it's the guy who tried to ambush. Oh, I remember you. I kicked your ass. Fought too many people to remember. I remember that fight. I remember this guy's fight. I beat the shit out of him. Can I persuade him to join me? That's insane, but also I want to kill him just because I want to see what he has. Alright, let's finish this.
If you have any last words, make it quick. It will only take a moment to finish you.
I've been hoping to kill you ever since I met you.
Hope.
It always burns you in the end, little mouse. Now, down comes the claw.
Dude, what the fuck? Why do you have like 20 people here with you? What the fuck? Hang on, what the fuck is this? I thought it'd just be the three of you. That's so lame. Pillar of Souls? Soul Pillar activated. How are we gonna do this? Raphael, Master of the House, 666. Soul Pillar proximity. What's... Oops, all demons. There's literally the whole room is full of demons. I thought it would just be the three of them. I hate it when the fucking game does this. It's like, oh, all right, I've been waiting to fight you. Let's fight. And then it's like, okay, now fight me with like my room of like 10 guys. Like, what the fuck? I thought we were gonna fight.
Hell has its laws. Hell. Effect in the cause. Curtain falls.
Is Raphael singing in this? I love it.
For now, down here come the claws.
I love this song. This is amazing. For each remaining Soul Pillar, Raphael's attacks deal additional D12 fire damage, and he has a +3 bonus to dexterity. I need to destroy the Soul Pillars. Damn, this is a lot. This is a hard-ass fight. You have an armor class of 27? Oh, shit. Gear. Corellia.
Fools, how hard you have fought. Brave, but it's all been for naught.
Vengeful Cambodian.
That couldn't be bought. Doomed.
Bleeding protection. This effective entity is attacked with radiant damage. That's Raphael's protection. Reflects twice that amount of the condition ends. Dosely strong.
No more deals. It's over. The final act. You're doomed. No more grace. It's over. This house.
It's a Disney boss fight. It really is a Disney boss fight. This is actually really... Shit, this is really hard. This is incredibly hard. The music is epic as fuck. I love this music so much. Pillar of Souls. Weak to force and bludgeoning. Shit, I've only got 2 fucking force arrows. Oh god, this is not gonna be easy. Okay. Haste yourself. Oh fuck, that did not do anywhere near as much damage as I had hoped. Oh my god, wait a minute. Oh no, they're all resistant to fucking everything. Oh, wait. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Cleave. Oh god. We haven't even gotten to the actual main guy yet. Oh my god, these sprays of fire hurt. Consume souls. Punish divinity. Oh my god.
Doomed, detected, and lost.
Oh my god. Oh boy. Alright, what's the big guy? I don't even look at the big guy. He's got an AC of 17. He's also resistant to everything. Ah, why is everyone resistant to everything? They just... I have to start fucking reducing numbers. We gotta start lowering these numbers. We gotta start fucking fighting shit. We gotta start fucking people up. We gotta fucking, dude. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Could do reflective shell. All right, Lou, you're maximizing on tank. Fuck, I need to lay on hands, my friends. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have. Oh wait, I still have my spells. I still have my spells. I still have my spells. Scroll of planar binding. Please let me get the big guy. Oh fuck. Okay, never mind. We're fucked. I also have to drop Shield of Faith for that.
Victory awaits.
Oh my god, Lae'zel's about to die. It's been one turn and Lae'zel's already about to die. This is awful. Fuck, I couldn't get a kill. Howl the dead. You mass cure wounds. No, preserve life. And mass cure wounds. No way, can I go back? DM, wait, I fucked up. Can I go back? Whatever. I need to destroy the pillars, but there's these fucking guys. I can get rid of some of these guys. Hang on. You guys are fiends, right? I got fiend slaying arrows. God, I hope I can get rid of at least one of them.
Time to move.
Oh my god, you missed. Can you do that? Flourish.
How about this?
I'm gonna do something epic here. Fuck. I don't want to use my reaction just yet. I have to. I should. Shocking grasp. Ow. sense at all. Oh, we're scrapping over here, man. We're scrapping. Use malice. Who else is low? Who's low here? This guy's the lowest. Damn, I probably could have killed that guy if I didn't use malice, but it's fine. Why can you go invisible? You could just summon ads? Soul charges? Great. I might just start blasting sunbeams.
Lives, all mortal lives, expire. Souls go to their doom.
Damn, that didn't do anywhere as near as much damage as I'd hoped. Let's go, free action point.
Hell, hell, hell has its laws. Hell, hell, effect in the cause. Curtain falls, but hold your applause.
Revoke guest status. Hope banishes one of the unwelcome guests from her house forever. Oh, wait, really? Get rid of this one. Insane.
Lives expire. Souls go to their dooms in
Oh, what happened to the song? I was vibing with that. That was awesome. Alright, well, there goes that thing. Damn, dude, force damage would really be great right now. Arrow Fiend Slaying. Yeah, go fucking stab this guy. Who is this? Karlach? Okay. Kill. 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 Excellent. Big guy still out there. Bulwark rebuke. Oh, that hurts.
expire. Souls go to their dooms in the
What can I do for bonus action? Big health pot? I have an idea. Compel duel. Never mind, he's saved. I need you to drink one of these fucking big health pots.
Hell has its laws. Hell, effect in the cause. Curtain falls, but hold your applause. Squirm, for now down here come the claws.
We got a treat. Thank you. Weak to bludgeoning. Nothing about slashing or radiant. Guiding bolt. Mass cure wounds.
How hard you have fought. Brave, but it's all been for naught. True souls that couldn't be bought. Doomed, detected, and caught.
Thinking to myself here, how do I do this?
No more deals, it's over. The final act, you're doomed. No more grace, it's over. This house of hope.
There we go.
Fuck yes.
Alright, Karlach, you gotta beat the shit out of this guy. Intimidating presence. Never mind, that didn't work. Enraged throw. Yeah, throw a spear. Oh my god, it worked. He's gonna beat up Karlach. Fuck, that's gonna hurt. Oh! Hey, knocked his ass prone. I gotta do something here. I gotta do something here. What do I got in my bag of tricks? Death tone? Necrotic. How are you with necrotic? Susceptible. God, I hope this lands. He fucking saved. Fuck, I'm running out of ideas.
I wonder if the gods are watching me.
Severed soul. With no soul to motivate it, the affected entity has disadvantage on attack rolls and all ability checks until Restore Soul is cast on a soul pillar or Raphael. Great. Kill these fucking pillars. Oh, that's an action. Okay.
Detected at all.
Take your
Okay, we got some healing in. You do nothing but piercing, so you're gonna have to do... What are you? Fiend? Just a regular fiend. Alright.
Just like old times.
Big damage. No whammy. Ooh. 37 plus 4. Not bad. Oh, he's very hurt. He's very hurt.
Now this is my happy place.
I can kill the big guy. Big guy dead. Now I need to go for the fucking pillars.
Aye, aye.
Oh boy. Soul proximity. Hold on. What you got going on? Soul overcharge. Raphael has consumed the power of a destroyed soul pillar. He is unable to cast spells using souls until he transforms into the ascended fiend. Oh great, he's gonna transform. Way to tell me that there's a fucking second phase, huh? Way to let me know. Holy shit, I can bestow curse. Dread. Of course you fucking saved. I hate you so much. Alright, Divine Sense. And then there's this piece of shit. It's gonna explode. Yeah, I know. 33 damage. Oh my god.
My path.
Like, can I not? Seriously? Alright, well, thankfully you're not hurt too bad. Can you... That's a level 5 spell slot to banish. Fuck. Fine, Gutty Bolt. You're running out of spell slots. I'm using your spell slots up like crazy. Can you eat one of my potions? I can. Nice. I gotta fucking stab you.
Over here.
This is gonna feel good.
It's another one down. your frenzy ended. It's better move out of reach. Shocking grasp. I missed. And he's ascending. Phase 2, soul overcharge. Oh, you look sick as fuck. Oh my god. That did all of my health. That did so much. Hang on, can I fucking check this guy out over here? What the fuck's going on with this guy? I still have not touched his health ball, his health pool. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Yo, damn, son. Ascended Fiend. Raphael has gorged on Soul and ascended his fiendish powers, granting him an even deadlier array of spells and abilities. In this form, Soul Overcharge will not prevent him from using spell. Oh, great. Soul charges.
Detected and
Soul Reaper. When Raphael reduces enemies' hit points to 0, he severs their soul from their body. Wow. And I need to get my soul back from a fucking pillar. Great. Hellfire. Oh my god. This is so bad. If I do preserve life. Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Never a dull moment.
I got a misty step. Jesus Christ.
Let's go.
One more pillar. Well, two more pillars, actually. Oh boy. I'm thinking to myself, how do I... Dude, what can a Staren even fucking do? I brought down his AC. But we need to do more. So much more needs to be done around here. Fuck it, bro. Take one of the... I'm not even in range. I'm not in range. Cures poison, paralysis, and blindness. We don't have any use for that at the moment. Karlak needs healing. I need healing. Asterian's probably like a little fine. Actually, can you? No. Can you use one of my spell scrolls? Oh my god, you can't. Oh my god. Hang on. Oh no, you know what you should do? Wait, why can't you do brand of the week? Fuck, I need to brand him. Error of transposition.
My turn.
This is gonna be rough. Severed soul. Yeah, my soul's severed. Okay.
Well, what we have here.
That's gonna hurt. Oh my god, you lived. Ah, there you go. Give back my soul. Great, that's another one of us that needs his soul back. I don't like you. I don't like you so much.
I am fury. I am death.
You have no movement. I don't like doing this, but I have to do it. I have to do a leveled up healing word. Fuck.
Radio.
65 damage.
Detected and lost.
Alright, Karlak. It's go time.
Fuck it, sit this thing. Damn it. Oh god. It's more important for you to live than for me. Actually, we can both live.
I will ascend.
Mm. I take it he's resistant to poison. Resistant, but not immune. Damn. I'm really running out of spell slots here, bro.
Take you.
It's looking rough out here. Oh, I should have just fucking aided with the fire. God, fuck it.
On my way. They won't know what bit them.
Fuck, you can see. Fuck it.
My turn.
Am I still on fire? Alright. Oh wait, I used my action. No, I'm supposed to fucking restore. Oh fuck. It's fine. I'll kill it, and then I'll just have to get my soul back from the other one.
Tactical.
Throw a spear. Never mind, path's interrupted. Alright, well, can you drink a potion? Oh my god, you can. Nice. Yeah, we're really chugging potions in here, aren't we? Oh, I can do Sentinel and Bulwark. Alright, come on, Lou. I've got spells for you. Hold monster. Aw, shit. Oh, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
Swift and lethal.
Lae'zel, beat the shit out of him. Ooh. Oh, that damage. Oh, that damage. Oh, that damage. Hot diggity dog. I'm fucking him up. If there's a time to do damage, it's now. Yo, hit him with that fucking high res. Never mind, you can't even reach. What can you do? Can't really do much of anything, really. I can bless people if I were closer. Sure, I'll bless you too.
Step quick. I'll do it.
Oh, this Asterion arrow is about to hurt. Wait, can you not hit him from there? What? Are you serious? Bro. What? What is this bullshit? Oh, I can hit. I can hit him with a normal arrow, but why can't I hit him with a sneak attack arrow? Yo, can somebody explain this shit to me? Whatever, hit him with a hamstring shot.
I'm heating up.
You get your soul back.
This'll cure you.
Alright, now we can very, very easily kill him. Alright, potion up.
Detected and
No surrender.
Oh, he's held. Oh, he's not held anymore. Don't tell me that was my only one. Ah, shit. Fuck it. Sunbeam. What do you mean target is blocked? Oh great, I hit laser.
Divine fire, it will burn you.
I am fury. I am death.
Epic damage. What's he looking like? 21 AC. I need to hit him with that thing that I can do. Wait, what is your AC, girl? Oh, you have an AC of 20? Oh my god! Honestly, get in there, just do mass cure wounds, right? 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 You don't really need it, actually. Hit him with a guiding bolt.
Leave no trace.
I very much hate the fact that I cannot hit him with a sneak attack arrow. Like, why? Can America explain?
Let's go.
Branding smite. Yeah, fuck it. Hit him with branding smite, bro. That shit does damage. Karlach needs a 21 to hit. They roll a 20. Dice roll a 5. Bonuses of... Oh my god. Should I have you reckless? Sure. Damn, man, you still hit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa, that hurts. Oh, well, we're still alive, baby. Still alive. I'm barely hurt, actually. What was the thing I was going to do? Right, concussive smash. Did your AC go up from that? No. Yes! Backbreaker? Fuck. Alright, well.
Time to strike.
It's a race against the clock. We have to finish him before he does. His AC's 18. I love concussive smash. I love concussive smash. Oh my god, please. Yo, hit him with the strongest guiding bolt you've got. Astarion, you gotta... Astarion, I need you to do 39 damage. Can I trust you to do that?
The subtle.
Also, why can't I sneak attack damage? Why? Please, dude, this is... Oh, I'm gonna fucking... Scream! That's so annoying.
Fine opportunity.
$17.24. Damn, I can't even hit him with like an elemental arrow because it's just gonna hit my teammates. Monstrosity? Are you a monstrosity by any chance? No. Fuck. Karlach can kill him. Just hit him with a regular arrow. Oh my god, you killed him. Oh my god, we did it.
It's absolutely preposterous that any of us are alive. Maybe we're not. Pinch yourself and check we're not dreaming the last of our lives as we die screaming.
Yo, was that first try? First fucking try, bro. Let's go. I'm gonna pinch myself.
You are wide awake, and Raphael truly is defeated.
That's fucking awesome. Let's go. We're fine, Hope. We did it.
Then we're not just fine, we're spectacular. What a wonderful, jubilant, glorious day. But my poor sister, Corilla. It is not right that she died. And that makes me want to weep an ocean.
She made her choice when she sided with Raphael in the first place.
She was an entire person before she ever made that choice. When we were children, she always kept the last piece of pastry for me and bloodied the nose of the bullies who pulled my hair. She was my sister. But as a wise woman once said, there's no point in crying over spilt blood. We must go on. And despite all the years I've lost, I have enough love in my heart to guide you home.
For the first time since you heard her voice, Hope seems calm, and the peace flows from her into you, soothing your very soul.
You should come with me.
And go where? I don't think I quite know how to be anywhere else but here anymore. With a lick of paint and a thorough cleaning, this could be a lovely little house. And I can hardly leave. After all, who would ever want to think of hell without hope? I hope I'll see Corilla again one day, and that she'll say sorry, and I'll tell her she's forgiven. I hope I find all the pieces of my mind that fell out of my head over all those years, and that I'll be able to put myself back together again. I hope the echoes of pain will fade, and memories of sorrow will die, and that you'll visit me here someday. And I hope you have a happy ending of your own.
Aw. Hope is finally free. She plans to give true meaning to the name House of Hope. Gloves of Soul Catching. Ooh. Legendary. Oh god, am I on fire? We did it. Yo. Guys, we fucking did it. I killed him. Oh my. I'm gonna scream, bro. You are considered proficient with this armor while wearing it. Infernal Retribution. When you succeed a saving throw, the caster receives 3 burning for turn. Oh god, not this burning shit. Prime Aegis of Fire. You have resistance to fire damage and cannot be burned. You take 3 less damage from all sources. You can cast Fly. Money, Raphael's Diary, some gold. Dude, I fucking killed Satan. Let's go. I just killed the devil. The devil. You know, from the Bible.
What's inside?
That was rough, though. That was a rough ass fight. Report for Raphael. Great. Oh, this armor is heavy, heavy. Ooh, and it's so expensive. Damn, dude, right when I bought myself new armor, I get this. Hot diggity dog. Hot diggity dog. Dude, give me that. Dude, I'm totally putting this the fuck on. Dude, look at this. This is fucking epic. Actually, I'm not a fan of the teeth. Horns are cool. The dark plating is nice. The teeth on the chest, not a fan. Still though, epic ass armor. Is that all there is? Yeah, I think so. Alright. Dude. Fat fucking W. You want to return to Devil's Fee? Hell yeah.
So you wormed your way into the Devil's Lair, risked mind, limb, and freedom, all to steal the Orphic Hammer. I hope your ambitions end there. I have already told you that the Githyanki Prince only wants to see you dead. But it seems you still do not trust me.
Open the prism. I trust Gith's heir over a wretched geek.
No. His domination is what keeps you free. You know this already. Still, you would test our alliance. You are falling into the same trap as the Chosen. Their distrust of one another is their undoing. We must not make the same mistake. We must work together.
Be that as it may, Orpheus deserves to be free.
And what then? When he wakens from his incarceration, what do you think he will make of you? The one who bears the spawn his very nature bends him to revile? And even if you survived him, what of the Elder Brain? Without the protection I leverage for you, you would be enthralled in an instant.
So you keep saying, but why should I believe you? Right? Is that what I should say? Because it is a pretty shitty situation we're in. Because we do, dude. It's more. I want to know what Lizelle thinks, man. I don't know.
That's what I thought. You may think yourself ingenious for having slain a devil, but you have merely ironed out a wrinkle. The Elder Brain will not be such an easy foe. It is time we resume our journey to find it.
It's taken its toll. I should rest.
Hot exit. Oh yeah, short rest. Karlach?
Careful, soldier. I'm burning really hot. Had a nice break in the hells. Now that we're back, my engine's in overdrive again. Let's move. A trot will take my mind off being barbecued alive.
The hammer is ours. The devil is snuffed out. Our power is undeniable.
Defeating a devil in his own home feels very, very good, actually.
Hell yeah. Hellisk. Oh, you're the shopkeep.
Trips to the Hells are usually one way, especially when the traveler causes the kind of trouble you did.
I knew you were a thief. Didn't realize you were a killer. Raphael's death is already causing quite a stir across the Hells. It's a rare thing for a mortal to slay a devil of his stature. In all the excitement, I hope you didn't forget our bargain. Do you have the gauntlets?
Deception. No.
That invalidates our deal, I'm afraid. I fulfilled my part of the bargain, so you owe me the fee I proposed initially.
Intimidation. I just killed the devil in his own house. You really don't want to test my patience. I will literally fucking kill you.
Not a subtle point, but well made. Keep the gauntlets. Your threats aren't necessary, but your coin is still welcome. Devil Slayer.
Ooh, I like Devil Slayer. That's a good title. Ah, the sweet smell of Baldur's Gate. Yeah, we really fucked shit up in there, didn't we? All right. I'm gonna take a break. When I come back, I don't know, man. We got shit to sort out. Is there a chair around here I can sit down on? There's gotta be a bench around here, right? I got a treat. Hang on, I'll eat that treat in one moment. Is there no fucking bench around here? For God's sakes. Alright. I'll go to my camp. You guys get to stare at me. Wait, is there a chair around here? Damn, there ain't shit around here. Wait, is that a chair? Ah, it's a broken bench. Wait, are there chairs in here? Yeah, there's benches. Alright. There's a table over here. Actually, I'll sit on this chair.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
And soon I'm gonna be sitting there menacingly. So why am I facing backwards? For fuck's sake. I don't know, here, I'll give you this view of me covered in fucking blood. Let me check out my shit. Yeah, yeah. Sick. Alright. Staring at you. Banana. Thank you. Okay. Break time. Everybody go do what you gotta do. Meds, food, water, shower because you're stinky. The goods, the works. Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna run ads. Hello there. It's your boy, Skinny Penis. I have returned from the land of the damned. Ow. Hi friends. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. I love you. Oh my god. What an epic fight, huh? A lot of cool shit really happened. Deal with the devil. Let's see here. I'm a kitty. Let me know if you guys can hear this. Yummy. Yummy. Yummy and delicious. Delicious and yummy. Confront the elder brain, get questions about. Right. So should we do the whole prince thing? Oh, we also need to get Answar. We'll do that after. Let's figure out what this is gonna bring us. I also have a bunch of shit to sell. Oh god, I'm terribly sorry. That was disgusting. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, that ends not as bad as it could.
I'm sorry. It's the carbonation. What does everyone have to say about our adventure?
A private word would be nice.
Boo is overjoyed with our victory. Another den of evil vanquished, and an old foe defeated.
Don't look at me like that, Cammy.
Well, Viconio was a friend for a short time beforehand, but then a foe once more. Yes, Boo, a most wicked witch. The very mention of her name gives him nightmares to this day.
Why is he so scared of Viconia?
Do not be afraid, Boo. She is not here. And you, bite your tongue until your eyes water and your hairs curl.
I don't have hair. Sorry, but why is he so afraid of her?
Boo and Minsk have traveled far and wide, and met many fine and not so fine people. It will surprise you to learn that even the wisest of friends do not always recognize Boo for what he is.
A miniature giant space hamster?
Exactly! The Drow was a cruel witch, but a clever one. She knew what Boo was right away, and she had never seen his like before. She wished to inspect his handsome magnificence, and so she did. One night, while he lay asleep, twitching his whiskers in happy dreams, she crept upon his tiny bedroll holding a knife as slim as a toothpick. She meant to spill his miniature guts and study them.
I'm surprised he didn't kill her then and there.
I did not get the chance. Boo never sleeps deeply while evil is near. He sprang into action and almost blinded the witch. She had fled from our camp by morning, when Boo told me the whole tale over a breakfast of berries and nuts.
Okay. What do you have to say, Duke?
The Absolute's voice is gone, but I still hear its echoes. Reflections of reflections.
Counselor Floric will be relieved to hear that you're all right.
Hells, Floric. While the Absolute commanded my mind, I condemned her to death and confined her in Worm's Rock prison. She stood by me even as the Hell's fires lapped at my feet. You must free her.
I already freed her.
Tremendous news. She proves as loyal to you as she is to me. I couldn't bear it if she died by my command. May the Triad guide her steps.
How did the Absolute cultists capture you?
I was returning from Elturel. My traveling party stopped at an inn, Joaquin's Rest, to lay our heads. It wasn't the heat that woke me. It was the scent. Cultists had set fire to the place. I don't remember being taken. Just the smoke burning my throat before I fell. I awoke in Moonrise Towers, inside one of those damnable pods. The rest, well, the rest goes without saying.
Okay.
What brings you by?
Oh. No one has anything to say.
Raphael's good and gone. Feels damn good too. Now, if only I could get rid of the other devil in my life.
That little hideaway that we found in the cloister, it almost felt like I'd found a piece of my childhood. Childhood I don't truly remember. But remember it or not, I felt right at home there. Surrounded by books and night orchids.
Perhaps that's why you like night orchids. Some part of you remembered them from when you were a little sanctuary.
Maybe. Or maybe I already liked night orchids and I chose that place because of them. The particulars of childhood can grow hazy even if your memories haven't been tampered with. But I felt safe there. I know that much. Well, can you imagine what it would have been like growing up in that place? Endless training, no privacy, facing scorn wherever I looked. I can very easily imagine I needed somewhere to escape to, if I was to survive. Nocturne and I must have come here a lot. We probably had plenty we wanted to hide from. Anyway, I think that little hideaway helped shape who I am, as much as any sermon or training did. Funny the things that influence you.
Lae'zel.
Voss will be pleased with our progress. Come.
Okay. It is unfortunate, but we may have to,
To slay a devil in his domain is to end him entire. Or it should be. I am still primed to hear some slimy final rhyme from beyond the grave.
I was gonna say, I think we might have to piss off the Emperor in order to continue this whole... I mean, yeah, we knew this was gonna happen.
Soldier.
How is it being in the House of Hope?
Ugh, thank the gods it's over, I say. My last trip to the Hells ever.
I knew we'd make it out in one piece.
Right you are. Got what we came for, and then some. Engine's burning like a bat out of a furnace again, though. Gods, I almost forgot how hot this thing is. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Probably.
Volo. What's up, Volo?
Whatever happens next, be sure that I will document it all as accurately as possible.
Wait, you sell shit? What do you sell?
Whatever happens next, be sure.
We sell random shit. The Whispering Promise. When you heal a creature, it gains 1d4 bonus to attack rolls and saving throws. Ooh. For 2 turns. Ooh. This is neat. This is neat. Neat little thing. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, bow, bow.
No amount of contracts will save Raphael from the fate we forced upon him. A devil well slain, if I say so myself.
Nice. Right, I already talked to you. Okay. Let me see here. Right, we need to sell shit. We need to sell a whole bunch of shit. Well, more accurately, Backguard's plate, Bruce brace. You've got adamantine armor.
Can't give up now.
Let's make some selling things. Armor of persistence. Right, this is the thing that I had. Yeah, right. I should probably give this to Shadowheart. It might be time to sell the adamantine armor, which is unfortunate because damn, that critical hit bonus is fucking great. But we need to start raising ACs. Well, even higher than they already are because mine I have a I have a fucking AC of 25. That's not even with That's not even with Shield of Faith. Crazy. Crazy, kooky, wacky, insane, totally tubular. Whoa. Whoa. Armor of persistence. Who else wears heavy armor? Lae'zel, you wear heavy armor. You have Reaper's rigidity. Honestly, I should just raise your AC. Round out your AC to 20. And then Shadowheart's would be... Damn, she would have a 21. That's right, because you have a shield. You got a shield. Got a nice-ass shield. Very nice shield. She would be getting Reaper's Embrace. Alright. Oh, wait, no. Wait, what is... I forgot. Fucking Minsk. I gave him Blackguard's plate. Oh, give me a second.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
I'm back. I've returned. I just had to help folks with stuff. Folks with stuff. Stuff and folks. Things. You know. I don't know, man. I'm beginning to lose the spoons. I got the spoons for one more thing, one more activity. And then I'll probably end stream. Let me fucking settle this armor debacle real quick. Because Reaper's Embrace is a really good, like, it's very good actually. It's like very, it's really good because of Reaper's Rigidity. When activated, you can't be moved against your will by any spell or action, but have disadvantage on oh. That's really funny. I never read the second half of that. Huh. Alright, you can have this one then. I will give Reaper's Embrace to you. No, fuck. Reaper's Embrace. How about you, Reaper's Embrace, my dick? Got him. How much does the adamantine armor sell for? It's too heavy for me to fucking carry. My dick. Got him. $3,000. Well, that's the unadjusted price. We good? What else did I get?
Never a dull moment.
I have a bunch of shit. So much shit! And fuck! I'm sorry. Sometimes I feel like I swear too much. Which is honestly probably likely the case. Maintenance mace. I'm gonna sell this. Don't fucking swear so much, damn. I just can't help but fucking swear. Oh, I should probably put the Blood of Lathander back on. Yeah. Legendary Orphic Hammer. Oh, right, the Staff of Spell Power. This I do actually need to give. I need to swap shit with some people. I have so many fucking things. Veil of the Morning, turn undead. What does your thing do? Lets you cast Mirror Image. Damn, that is good. Alternatively, you can use a Scroll of Mirror Image. I'm thinking. I'm thinking with my thinking brain. My brain is thinking so much. I've never had to think so much in my brain's life. You can see in magical and ordinary darkness up to a blah 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 blah. Attackers can't land critical hits on the wearer. Magical durability. Infernal sight. I do like that infernal sight thing. You can see in magical and ordinary. You know who this would probably actually kind of be good on? What is this? Right, paralyzing ray. What other rings do you have? You have Ring of Invisibility, Ring of Blur, Ring of Thunderwave. Honestly, yeah, trash the Thunderwave. Or do I want this? I have a Ring of Mind Shielding, which gives me advantage on saving throws and Charmed. Against Charmed. Honestly? Oh, there's also this thing, Ring of Exalted Marrow. I really don't use this. Really don't use this. Really don't. What else we got? We have so many fucking items. Yeah, let me sort by value. Maybe that would help me sort, organize. I'm motherfucking swearing. I'm motherfucking swearing. Gloves of Soul Catching. Soul Fist. Your unarmed attacks deal an additional 1d10 force damage. Great for monks. Soul Catching. Once per turn on an unarmed hit, you regain 10 hit points. Alternatively, you may forego the healing to gain advantage on attack rolls and saving throws. Up and a +2 to your constitution. This is... God, I wish we had a monk. Because this is just going to get sold. Iridescent staff, selling this. I'm not selling that. I'm hanging on to that for reasons. Gauntlets of Hill Giant Strength. Do I want it? This would help me, like, do damage and, like, push things. I kind of want it. Hell Dusk gloves. You gain +1 bonus to right. Attacks deal additional 1d6 fire damage or weapon. Oh no, attacks. Effectively. Hang on. Let me see something real quick. I have an idea. Okay, I have an idea. Never mind, I'm encumbered as shit. Alright, let's just sell the obvious things we need to sell first.
Brighten up a loved one's grave with a bouquet, freshly picked.
Womp, 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 womp. Casual RP walk. Oh, should I go to the fucking other guy instead? The guy in the forge, actually? He'll probably give me better prices, because these people are, like, in bad standing with me because of that fucking asshole at the newspaper place. This is gonna take a while for me to walk there. Ah. Hang on. Okay, well, I'm now less encumbered, but I'm still encumbered.
You had to pick one for a night of passion.
The one with that dink in his chest plate. I'd give him a few more of those if you catch my drift.
Hey, yo.
Oh, not too. I'm standing down there.
I was looking at the pictures in the Gazette.
David.
What's up for discussion? What can I do for you? Of course. Won't be allowed to hold
Oh my god, you have no money. Why do you not have any money? What the fuck? I came all this way for fucking nothing!
Easier to don some armor than learn to swing a sword. If you can manage the extra weight.
Wait, why do you not have money either? What? Oh, you do have money. It's just right here instead of being over there. What? What? I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. I have no clue. There's his money. Okay.
True.
What is this? Oh, right. Shadow of Benzoberens on this. Lets you cast Shrouded in Shadow. Nah. Oh, but these didn't get sold. What the heck?
Easier to don some armor than learn to swing a sword. If you can manage the extra weight, that is.
I don't want to read these.
Truth.
Truth. Truth. Yeah, there's some shit here I can't get rid of. I have to pocket this shit in the thingamajiggy. You know, the thingamajiggy. Everyone knows the thingamajiggy. This is just a rock. Okay. Can I make anything? I cannot. Extract all ingredients. What are you talking about? I want to know how to make this fucking... I picked up this fucking thing. What is it? Elixir of Universal Resistance. Extract? I think I find it. Ah, Jesus Christ. Hi, Basswood. Hi, Basswood. Hello, Basswood. Hello, Basswood. Alright, let's pocket the shit that I have that needs to go away, that cannot be sold. Hello, hi. Hello, friend. My dearest friend. Hello there. I have no idea what this dark amethyst is for. Greetings, my friend. Ah, yes. My comrade of all of my ancient travels. Welcome. What brings you upon my humble abode? Should you wish to rest your weary head, traveler? Damn, I sure do hope something I care about was so dearly it wasn't grinded up for potions. Yeah, there's a high chance I may have grinded up for potions. Oh, I know this thing is still here. What got grinded up then? I think it was a different thing, right? Divine Bone Shard. This tells me nothing. Combine 3 of these to create vitriol. Ah. Lost time? I've also got these random fucking potions I need to just... You know what? Let's drink random shit. Hemorrhaged. Bleeding from the inside. Oh god. It's okay, it didn't do any damage. Amazing. Alright, what about this one? A Mother's Loathing. Gains bite until next long rest. Gains bite? I can just bite people? That's so fucking cool. That's so funny. Okay. Sure. Millium's Boon. Oh, right. Forgot about that. What else is there? Sure, I'll drink some alcohol. Lost time. What the fuck? Oh, great. Armor class is reduced by 2. Can't take reactions for 50 turns. Alright, well, that's gonna be there for a while. Also... Oh, I did use all my fucking spell slots. Okay. What else do we have here? What else do we have here? There was another one. Where is it? It was like a beer. There it is. Hoots Hooch. Huh? What was that? That text went away so fast. What was that? Huh? Something about wild magic? Was that for sorcerers? Sure. That just happened. What's another thing I've been meaning to drink? Holding on to random bullshit. That's pretty much it. The rest of this is usable. Yeah. Check the dialogue box. Oh, you're so right. Use Hoots Hooch. Received condition. Hoots Hooch. New invention from Shara's Caress bartenders. Hoots. Like being decked in the sobriety. And then I lost condition. Then I succeeded in a wild magic check. And I used Hoots Hooch Blink. Blink between material and ethereal plane in your drunken stupor. When you do vanish, your presence here is a representation of the location you'll come back to. You can choose to teleport it up to 60 meters. I can blink, or I was able to blink. Yeah, I lost condition blink. Okay. Very odd. I think that was that supposed to teleport me randomly? Anyway, missile snaring. I am gonna miss missile snaring. these are pretty cool. Can intercept missiles from ranged weapon attacks using a 1d10 plus your dex mod. I've been able to take arrow shots for 0 damage because of this. Like in terms of tanking, it's very good. But my alternatives are actually not very applicable to me. Right, I was going to do something. I have an idea. Can't use reactions. Oh boy. I'm just gonna. I mean, that's almost done. I'm down to 12. Why are you glowing? Oh yeah.
A welcome face.
Wait for me in camp.
Are you certain?
Yes.
Then that's where I will stay.
Oh wait, no.
Camp. Are you very well?
Yes. Okay. This is a much quicker way for me to be able to look at everyone's inventory while I'm in the box, as if I dismiss everyone, and I can just see everyone's stuff from there.
Copper for your thoughts.
Stare into thy soul. What is this?
Sounds boring. Oh.
Need something?
What's this? Oh, okay. It's my character is staring. That's funny. Your model turns and stares directly at the viewer. I'm staring at you. Oh, hang on, wait. I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking at you. I can smell you. You smell stinky.
Darling, I'm... it sounds...
Alright, now I'm solo.
Might be useful.
Oh yeah, I can see everyone's shit here. Perfect. This does actually make it a whole lot more manageable. What if I go to sleep? What if I sleep? You ever thought about that? You ever thought about sleeping? Okay, who doesn't have things? You're missing a ring. You all have amulets. Right, the staffs. Staff of spell power. This dude's really juggling like 18 different types of staffs. What's your shield? +1, okay, good. Human remains. What am I looking at? Oh yeah. Damn, this is good. What would this look like? Oh man. Let me see something. You go. Wait, what do you go? You go from 154 to 190. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I guess if anyone here is going to have the higher constitution, it should be the barbarian, right? Now what do I do with this? Wait a minute. Why are you wearing this? Amulet of Wind Rider. Right, the winds and gust of wind. Amulet of Harpers. What do you have again? Amulet of Ball, First Blood. On a hit, inflict bleeding upon targets that have maximum hit points. Inflict bleeding upon targets that have a maximum hit points. This is good for damage. DPS weapon. Support item thing. Yep. Okay. I think I'm wasting enough time here. Let me just hand out the last of these potions. Okay, poisons, I mean. Poisons for you. You've got, okay, you've got all those. You've got those. Got that one. Do you have one of these? No, you don't have one of these. I'm gonna give you one of these. And then the rest of these are resistances. Ah, right, I need to get you a weapon. Oh, well, actually. God damn it, you can't fucking... Can't hold it. Oh wait, but doesn't this up your AC? Oh, offhand only. Great. Alright, what else can I give you? You know, maybe I could give you stabs. God, I don't know how to build rangers. I don't think I like rangers. Even in the tabletop, they're kind of like... Aren't they like the weakest class? Kind of like, why is your AC so low? Because you have a medium armor of 17. Got a medium armor of 17. Because you can't wear anything higher. That's okay. Health, those gloves, your weapon attacks. Oh, right. Maybe I should give you this. Actually, yeah. Give you these. Legacy of the Masters. What do you have? You get a +1 bonus to initiative rolls, and your sneak attack damage deals an additional 1d4. So that's why I have that on you. Yeah, that is pretty good, isn't it? This is +2 to damage and attack. Damn, that is good. And that's a blue. Fuck. Am I selling Legacy of the Masters? Is that what's about to happen here? Am I selling these? I should also get you a better sword. I feel like I've said that multiple times in the past and I just haven't done it. Maybe I will start handing out stabs. Am I about to start using staves? Or not me, but like to other people. I'm primarily thinking Minsk and Jahira. They should have a staff. That way Minsk can have this in his offhand and Chihira can have something that's not this. Then it bears the question of which staff, right? I have Woe, Staff of Interruption, Staff of Cherished Necromancy, and Harper Sacred Striker. What does Cherished Necromancy do again? Creatures have disadvantages on saving throws against your necromancy spells. Life Essence Harvest. When a wielder kills a hostile creature with a spell, they greatly absorb its energy and gain life essence until their next long rest. Right. I'm gonna give this to Chihira. And I'm gonna give Harper to Minsk. Oh, what is this? Oh, it's a ring. Oh, right, you're not using this. Who doesn't have a ring? Minsk doesn't have a single ring. Alternatively, I can finally have Chihira have a second ring. I would rather Chihira have a second ring than have two people who have no rings. +7, 3, 8. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Alright, give me that sword. Sword sucks. And as for you... Wait, what? Dude. Put this on your main hand. And then put this on your offhand. Why can you not? Hello? This is versatile. And this is light. Am I doing something wrong here? Why can't you equip this? For God's sake. Wait, no, but seriously, why can't... Use the staff. Can you not do staff one hand, dagger on the other hand? Really? Can you... Actually, I have another question. Can you dual hand staffs? No, you can't. That'd be sick as fuck if you could. This is so lame. What if I give you this club? Then can you have this in the offhand? Yes, you can. Okay, well. Sure, I guess. This thing sucks, but whatever. You're very bright. Damn, I wanted to give this to someone who's not fucking Gale, man. Gale's out here rotating between different fucking things. Also, why can't you one-hand a mace? Can someone answer me that? Why can't you one-hand a mace? But you can one-hand a club. Why can't you two-handed club? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm so over it. I'm so over it. Is it too long? You need two hands to cover the whole thing? The mace is not that big. This is a small ass mace. You're telling me you can't one hand this thing? Hang on, look at this. You tell me you can't one hand that? You're literally holding it in one hand right now. The fact that I can't equip a dagger in the offhand blows my mind. Whatever. Just gonna sell this mace in that case. It's not a bad mace though. So that's strength to 18. Although to be fair, I'm pretty sure everyone here has like a... What's your strength when it's not modified? I can't see it. Pretty sure it's already 18 actually, so maybe we don't benefit from this. Maybe I should sell that. Oh right, you've got the hammer, charge band of Warhammer. I forgot I gave you that. Honestly, sell. Selling this. Looks like peerless focus. Just give this to fucking Gale, actually. What else do I have here? Okay, I think like in terms of like the rest of this, I'm kind of fine to just sell it all. You know, we don't really need the Amulet of Windrider. Damn, Amulet of Harpers is good though. I don't actually want to get rid of this. What do you have? Amulet of Restoration. Let's cast Shield for free. Shield is such a good spell, dude. Only person here who could really probably use it is Minsk, but then I would be swapping out the Spectator Eyes amulet, and I would just sell it. Honestly, I think I'm okay with that. Legacy of the Masters. These are getting sold. Underwear. Can I put this on? I want to put on the sexy straps. I can. Nice. Handmade in space. Oh, but then my dick won't be hanging out. I'd be the only person in this nudist colony with Something covering my dick. Okay, I think now I'm again back to where I was of like no longer being of just being but what was I saying? I am now back to where I was of like being okay with selling all this shit. I am going to hang on to this because this lets me cast create and destroy water because I can use this to give myself a shower. So that's getting pocketed. And I'm obviously not going to sell the Blood of Lythander. How viable is the Orphic Hammer as an actual weapon? It's a Warhammer. Advantage on saving throws against spells. Unshackling strike and then weapon enhancement +3. It is a versatile, which is very good because it lets me hold my little shield. But I'd be honest, if I'd say I'd probably be missing out on the Blood of Lythander. This is because I'm taking so long. I'm sorry. Or maybe it's time to upgrade from the Blood of Lythander, you know? Maybe the Orphic Hammer should be my new primary. Also, they're both legendaries, but they're both different colors. There's legendary orange and legendary yellow. What's more rare? Probably the orange one because it's worth more. It carried you far. It did carry me very far. It's brought me up to here. And I'd be going from a D6 to a D8. Which it's better. I still keep the weapon enhancement of +3 and I get advantage on saving throws against spells. I mean, I get spell resistance, but then I would lose out on Lythander's Light. I will be honest, Lythander's Light is pretty cool. I would also be losing out on my free Sunbeam. And it being bludgeoning is also actually very helpful because I can still do what's this fucking move? This move's awesome. Concussive Smash. This move is probably one of the best moves in the game. Just like weapon moves. Unshackling Strike. Let me see this again. Smite the magical bounce, keeping a creature restrained, paralyzed, and stunned, freeing it. That would definitely add a good layer of like support utility to my tank role. To my paladin. Damn, dude, I think we are dropping the Blood of Lythander. I mean, I guess this is late game, right? We're in the end game now, quite literally. Why do you have these? Let the undead blanch with fear. Undead have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. And you have advantage on saving throws against their actions and spells. And you can cast Turn Undead for free. Oh, that's why I gave that to you. Maybe I will keep that on you. And then get rid of this. Because you can cast... This lets you cast Mirror Image for free. Oh, but this gives you spell resistance. This only gives you spell resistance against undead. But undead have a disadvantage on you. And you can cast Turn Undead. I did not just short rest. You are fucking kidding me. I'm unbinding that key. I pressed Y by accident. I hate that so much. I'm not reloading either. I'll just accept it. It's fine. Whoa, stuff. Yeah, because you can still do scrolls. How's this look on you? Damn, this looks clean. Okay. Spell resistance. Hang on, give me a second. Okay. Staff of cherished neck. Okay. I could give my the blood of Lathander to someone else instead of just selling it. I feel like that'd be the better move. Oh wait, right. I gave you this fucking thing. Right. Oh, great. Right. Okay. That's on. The only person here who can fucking use it is Minsk. Fuck. Right? No, because it's a mace. You can't one-hand mace. I hate that. I hate this. Never. Shit. I think I am gonna fucking end up selling this thing. Either that or I hang on to it until I can give it to Halson. I think I am gonna pocket this. The rest of this can go. Now before I do that, also I have to. I need to read that fucking book that I got. Infernal Armory? What's this one? Infernal Arms. This tome details the various weapons and armor that can be found in the Hells, including their properties. The section on how to acquire them has been torn out. Opening the Hellgate. Alright. Raphael's Diary. Report for Raphael. Let's read this one. Somehow word that the Orphic Hammer is in the House of Hope has gotten out and is circulating on the Gates information black market. I have two suspects for this first. Gortash, who of course knows many of the house's secrets. The second, the Diabolus for hire Hellisk. Or Helsic, who I think helped Gortash burgle the crown of Karsus and might have learned about the hammer from him. If I had to guess, I'd wager it was Helsic, simply because she had something that's worth money. She'll find a way to sell it, and selling a way to free Orpheus could come with a high price tag. I still don't know who that fucking Corellia lady is. Taming Hope Part 1. Baldur's Gate, Power of the Crown. Alright, that's just the diaries. I'm gonna skim this. Right, or should I read this out loud? Would you be mad if I read this out? If I didn't read this out loud to you?
Easier to don some armor than learn to swing a sword. If you can
I
manage
have to go to the
extra
potion
weight,
shop
that
too.
is.
Great. So I can find the rest of these fucking divine bone shards. Charge. Yep, get rid of it. Get rid of all of it. I don't want to see that. I don't even want to look at it. Get rid of it. All of it. Free my inventory. I can get rid of that one. Oh, I need to talk to Mole about her contract. Great. That net me 4,000 gold. Not bad. Not bad at all. Also don't know what to do with these infernal metals anymore. Kind of ashamed that they're taking up my inventory.
The way.
There's my handbag. Yeah, okay. Let's put our crafting materials in there. I forgot to sell this one. Fuck.
Easier to don some armor than learn to swing a sword.
Oh, I can't even sell that, dude. What the hell? Get this shit out of my inventory. Throw. I don't know. Throw it into the fire. That'd be funny. It actually was destroyed. Amazing. All right. Now let's just leave behind these infernal irons. I wish I can hang up this painting. I never got to see what this actually looked like. Examine this. Right, fucking drop item. What? It's a picture of Lae'zel. I thought it'd be a painting of me. Dude, that's such a fucking ripoff. Dude, what? Are you serious? I'm so totally selling this. What a fucking waste. I thought it'd be a painting of me. You must have been talking to them as her? No way. No. I was definitely talking to the painter guy as me. That's so lame. Free money, I guess.
Yes. Lead on.
Alright, let's get the peeps back together. Do I want to bring Karlach here with me? What is the next thing we're doing? Oh, right, we're Orphic Hammer. Actually,
Copper for your thoughts.
Fuck it.
should I? What if I blow up the foundry first and then do the hammer? Wait, where's the foundry mission? That's not here anymore. What the hell? What the hell? Great, it's not even a main mission anymore. Alright. In this case, yeah, let's take it out. I'm bringing Will instead of Lae'zel.
Let's talk.
Because I need to bring Lae'zel for the other thing. And I'm out of short rests. Join me.
That's...
But first... where is it? Angelic Reprieve. Honk shoe. Honk shoe. Me 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 me. Honk shoe. Me 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 me. Honk shoe. Me 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 me. Alright. Got my spell slots back.
Damn, it's good to be alive.
Actually, can I put your coins in there as hotbar? I can. Nice. Put your spears here too. The famous 20-hour loot nap. Wow.
Let's get going.
I could use one of those, TBH. We could always all nap together simultaneously.
Very well.
Do I have everything I need to make this assault? Part of me wants to bring Gale for the assault. Could bring Jaheira. I feel confident in this team, though. Plus, I want to see what Karlach looks like at 200 health. Speaking of, I need to heal you. Sure, drink a potion. Oh my god, I did not just drink a potion. Why does it let me drink potions at full health? Fuck. Whatever.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Damn, you didn't even roll very well for that. Whatever. I'm so over it. I'm over it. Oh, it is still here.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Very fun. I'm telling you, there's something off
Alright, it's gonna be a big fight. For a second, I thought this was weak to force damage. I was just gonna blow the door open.
Move it.
Watch this. Watch this.
Smells like fermented baby fat.
No one's stopped me yet.
I was really hoping this was a balcony, not just a wall. That's okay.
The delightful color.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Yeah, alright, we'll just go to the front door. Oh boy. Front door.
What now?
Easy.
Is that blood? No, never mind. Time to press ahead.
Oh wait, I want to fight this one by itself.
Come on, open up.
Your actions have drawn the ire of someone.
Alright, that works.
This will do nicely. Just like old times.
I have construct arrows. I do. I fucking missed.
Gods, it's hot in here.
You don't have range charges. This is... Lou, you're serving such twink energy. How am I serving twink energy? What? What am I doing that's twinkish? Am I missing twink moment? Oh my god. Fucking hell. Now I have to swap out Karlak. Who am I swapping her out for?
What path lies before me?
I'm thinking Jaheira. Actually, no, let's do Minsk. I could do Gale. Let's give Minsk a shot.
Ah, damn it! To end a devil in the hells is to end him for true. Boo was hoping to make a hobby of killing Raphael over and over again. Miniature as Boo is, he is also giant. You will need to make room for Minsk. This city reeks of evil. Or perhaps Boo just needs to bathe.
All right. What now?
R.I.P. man. I want to see what Karlach looks like at 200 health, but whatever.
Life is simple, and so is Minsk.
You'll have to wash them all. Marek will never let you sell them.
Lou, if you miss this shot again, you're here my dumb scrappy too for the rest of the month. No, dude, you can't put that on me. Damn, bro, not the scrappy too. Poison. Question is, do I go with boar or bear? Let's do bear.
How delicious. A crooked touch. Let's move.
What am I needed?
Wait. We have had 2 short rests. How do you not have your spell slots back? Where the fuck are your spell slots, dude? Do you need to be in the party to benefit from a short rest? Dude, this pre-planning is going terribly.
As bad as it could have.
All right, I'm swapping you out. We're taking Gale, I guess.
Moving in.
Everyone's out of resources.
How can I help? Would that I could. Back in the... Lovely day.
Please tell me you have spell slots. Oh, thank God.
No. Still alive, so that's progress.
All right. Well, we're out of a warlock. We have a wizard now.
If not over, then through.
You've wandered into a forbidden area.
Attack.
Grimy as anything recently. Haven't had a clean catch in a 10-day or more.
Lightning. There's a difference between lightning and thunder, right? What are you weak to? Lightning. Oh, actually, it's great that I brought you here then. One of the few people who know lightning. Wait, why does that have such a low chance of hitting you? Thunder is the sound, lightning is the McQueen. Ka-chow. Ka-chow. I always hated the rival guy of his and how his line was Kachiga. That one was the worst. It just sounds like, it sounds bad. That was a terror. That did 10 damage. That did nothing. It was awful.
Let's have some carnage. Yes, here.
Please, construct arrow. Do not miss. Oh, I got a hit. Damn, that did mad damage. Oh my god. I'm not scrappy. That's so rude. You can't just jump over my front line like that and go for my mage. Oh wait, no, you're going for a Starion. Wait, why can you cast shield for free? What are you doing that? What do you have that lets you cast shield for free? Did I give you the shield? No, wait. Oh, the light armor. You could take this hit. Could I have given... I should have given you chain lightning. Alright, after this fighting, I'll go back and give you chain lightning. I need more lightning spells. I could do Witch Bolt and then upcast it. Because I have a feeling I'm going to need this. I'm going to need lightning things for all these fucking Steel Watchers. In the meantime, what else are you weak to? Nothing else. You just take regular damage. Okay. Then I will hit you with regular damage.
Another fight. Let's go. You picked the wrong fight, friend.
I can summon an additional bear? Also, how funny is it that this move is called Honeyed Paws? You lash out with sticky paws from honey and disarm your target. That's so funny. Alright, just smack him. Uh-oh. 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 Holy shit, that hurt. Dude.
Never a dull moment.
What?
On my way.
Something's going on down. Bet my neck on it.
Someone there?
We both know you sell it for twice that. I'll go 600.
Watch your back.
I didn't want to do this, but I think we're gonna run out of potions.
Fish.
No rest for the wicked, I see.
I'm telling you, there's something off for that.
What? How much for the saltpeter? That's included in fee.
Good idea.
Forthwith.
What to do? One day I'll catch a break. Just what I need.
That's the last of Raphael. I'll be glad to no longer have to suffer his smug face. A bit crowded, don't you think? You'll need to swap out someone if you want me. Lead the way, then. There's no time to waste. Let's try this way.
Oh, hang on. I'm doing something. Okay. Twink shield moment. Who are you risking up again? Lae'zel and the Emperor. But Lae'zel doesn't know about the Emperor. But it's mostly Lae'zel. I might end up betraying the Emperor. Depends if he gets aggro with me. Send the reset anvil. You're 100% judged. Why am I judged? Why? Why am I judged? Gonna dog shame you? Why am I being dog shamed? Cause I went with Lae'zel? Cast heal on Gale. Ouch. How could you?
Take you. Take you.
All right.
Have a lot on my mind and, well, in it.
Oh wait, the bear. Where's the other bear? Aren't there two bears? This is Ursa Major. There's another one. Oh, what happened? Cammy, can you believe this dog? I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Make sure you are refreshed before we set out again. Miniature
It's payback for throwing trophies at me. I didn't even know trophies existed in the game until yesterday. Shadowheart. Cammy, get to the corner. Cammy, get in the corner. Get in your little corner, Cammy.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Do I have any lay on hands? I don't. I have cure wounds. This bear's about to die. I don't want this bear to die. It took so much damage, dude. I hate that. Alright.
Breathe deep and move.
Oh, you know what I should be carrying with me? I know I like just got out of the camp, but hang on, hang on. I need my bombs. What am I carrying that's so heavy? My money. That's funny. And then the grease bottles. Honestly, I don't need these grease bottles. Bombs, bombs, bombs. Can I carry 3? I'm over encumbered if I carry that. Alright, who am I giving one to? I give one to Asterion. Give one to Gale. Give one to Minsk. I think a Minsk can hold 2. And I can hold 2. Right? Oh, Gale, you can hold 1 more. So can Minsk. Actually, Minsk might be able to hold 2. So can Asterion. Alright. Packing these boys up with bombs. Alright. Our inventories are full from explosives. Damn, you got 4. This guy's got 3. This guy's got 2. I've got 2.
This is a restricted area. Time to explain yourself, or this guard will be restricting you to a cell.
Attack. I went back to the camp and I didn't pick up the lightning spells. Ah. Fuck. Okay. That feel when Scrappy just stop calling me Scrappy Doo. I'm not Scrappy Doo. Conjure Barrage and Snaring Strike. Doing Snaring Strike.
Who says smite? That means I must hit you very hard, I think.
Oh, ensnared.
Outmaneuver them.
Construct Slaying Arrow. Ooh, a crit. That did good damage. That did very good damage. Oh, he succeeded to snare the save. Oh my god. I hate these things so much. They do so much damage for no reason. They'll be like, let me at him, let me at him. You're I don't know. I can't. I can't. I can't. I'm unable to can. Dude, I don't know what the fuck to hit this guy with. I was really hoping that ensnare would work. Vicious Mockery, Blade Ward. Sure, I'll do Vicious Mockery. That is immune. Well,
I won't give in.
I'm maimed. I cannot move. Can I unshackle myself? Oh my god, I can unshackle myself from this. Oh, never mind, that didn't work. Arrows. Oh, for God's sakes. Alright, Bear, get in there. Alright, Bear, get in there. Haha. Oh my god, so you can't even get in there where your body blocked. I hate it here. So you're just gonna stand there. I hate it here.
Let's turn someone inside out.
Are you? No, you're not. Okay. Wait, who goes next? Fuck, I already did Mitzk's turn. What's gonna do with bombs? Arrow of lightning. Oh my god. Fuck, dude, this is gonna hurt.
Swallow your battle cries, fiend, and wash them down with steel.
Great.
Need to find a way forward.
This place sucks. These two are about to die and I'm out of potions. Well, I'm not out of potions. I don't want to use the rest of them. I say as I use one.
Steel sharp, hamster hungry.
I could do the Shadowheart thing again. Sure, just because I have to go back to camp and pick up the other spells anyway.
Let me work my magic.
Disintegrate, chain lightning, flesh to stone. And then which was this one? This is the level 1. Mage armor, shield. I get rid of Tasha's.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
I wasn't expecting it, but your dance card is full. Lose a partner, lead the...
This is a very
Let's get on with it.
awful, slow way to go about things. But here I am,
Got to keep
doing things the awful and slow way. Why? I genuinely don't know.
Take you. Take you.
Alright, I need to heal the bear and the Astarion. Also, the bears are here. The bears. Look at these bears. Ursa Ingens and Ursa Major.
Take you. Take you. Take you. Take you. Take you. Take you.
Take you. Take you. Alright, who do I have here with me? Gale.
Sorry. If I'm to engage in banter, I prefer it to be with the leader of our troop.
Wow.
Road ahead.
That's kind of rude, Gale. Damn.
Already feeling better.
I do have 3 potions of angelic slumber, but I don't want to use them.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
I'd be delighted.
Though someone else will back in the...
Alright, now I actually have everything I need. Hey, Lou, you need to get out of your chair. What do you mean I need to get out of my chair? No dogs allowed on the furniture.
Best be on my way.
Listen here, you.
Trust no one. Let's crack it open.
Let's get going.
Holy shit. I'm gonna have to kill these guys, aren't I?
Position to negotiate. But look at all these unfinished watches.
How much farther can
Hey there, everyone. I'm just a fancy schmancy intruder here. Uh-oh.
Go for the throat. Now they see me.
To arms! Wait, no! To swords!
Pew!
the witching hour.
I gotta hit him with the good old-fashioned Ignis. Now I need a Starion to get in there and start sneak walking. Who are the evil guys here? The fists, I'm guessing. This guy's level 12. Who are you? You're evil. I'm gonna get in there and use my super secret sneaking.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
Pew!
You sought a fight, and now you have one.
Why is Astarion crip walking? Because he was sneaking. He's sneaky. Also, I have friends in this fight. Isn't that neat? Conjure Barrage. Melee weapon, ranged weapon. Wait, I can do it with a melee weapon? What? Oh, I see.
Charge! But charge quietly.
Hungry for the slaughter. On the hunt.
Damn. I still have advantage. Who did I snipe? Why did none of you take damage? I shot an arrow at you. You should have damage on you. Okay, well now you have damage on you.
I don't fancy their chances.
Lou, are you a hot dog kind of dog or a hamburger kind of dog? I'm a hamburger kind of dog. I love me a hamburger. Hamburger, tasty. Hamburger, yummy. Hamburger, delicious. I must save my chain lightning. We're gonna do fireball. Wait, what level is fireball normally? A level 3? Let's do a fireball at Should we do 5? Let's do 4. You mean can't reach destination? What are you talking about here? What do you mean? What do you mean, huh?
Pawn to cleric 4.
You can tell Lou likes the hamburger more. That little bit of tummy gives it away.
Minsky's motivation sequence activated.
No! The motivator! Deactivate it! Hurry!
The what? The motivator? I don't think I like anything that's called the motivator.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Let's go. Oh, I need to like disable that like immediately, don't I? If I do this, can I fly over to it? Not enough movement speed. Fuck. Uh-oh. I might be fucked. Pew! And then this guy. Pew! Alright, bears, get in there. The fuck you mean can't reach destination? I hate it here. I'm gonna scream. Dude, I don't know. Attack the cart. Oh my god, that worked. Wow. You still can't even fucking move it. Your giant fat bear ass. Lou is a good cuddle size. You're damn right. Deactivate the motivator. Who is that bitch? My depression. Minsk, you deactivate it.
Fight it, boom!
Oh my god. Please, let's not do this right now. Fucking hell, I had to waste 2.
Off! And by just the width of your whiskers, boo.
What a pain.
This is good. Into the shadows. Let's do it. Swords meet sorcery.
Who here's weak? You guys are all kind of still. Let's do Scroll of Phantasmal Killer. Immune to Phantasmal Killer. Ah, wonderful. Isn't that just great?
Good move.
Do you guys all know Blur and Misty Step? How did you get captured? What can I do? Let's do Scroll of Freezing Sphere. Right? Do Confusion. Hypnotic Pattern. Let's do Hypnotic Pattern. Okay, well, one of them saved. Great.
Can't slow down.
Fantastic. Oh my god, the bear can finally go in and do things. And you missed. Oh. Oh, I can turn this off. Oh. Huh. How do I make it so that my that I can do it a one-handed or a melee attack without doing the bonus action offhand attack? I want to save my bonus action. There's a way I can toggle that. I forgot how. Oh well.
There's blood in the air. Time for
Brinsky's motivation sequence activated.
I think it's safe.
Why are you blowing me up? What movement?
These boots have seen everything.
He died of fire. So what's up with you guys?
I want this madness to end. I want to go home. Please, make it stop.
Okay. Colonel Mace.
What's hiding here?
God damn it, I'm encumbered, aren't I? Of course I'm encumbered. Safe key. Congratulations, son. Don't fucking take the key. I can't take anything because my inventory is full of bombs. Fine, send the bombs back. because I have to haul loot. Kill switch protocol. Caution, Prinsky's motivator is the supreme banic means of ultimate corrosion. But it is useful solely as a deterrent and not as a weapon. When triggered, the user has only moments to deactivate it before the prison tank charges detonate and the hostages are killed. Taking with it our leverage over the Gondian artificers. Threaten convincingly, but never go full detonation unless the entire foundry falls to our enemies. Details: so long as you hold the motivator, you are safe from the Gondians, for they know that if you are attacked, their loved ones will die. However, to prevent accidental massacre, the motivator can be deactivated easily with the correct input. Don't worry about the Gondians. They'll be too terrified to grab a dropped motivator. They are weak and cowardly, the natural prey of the worshipper of Bane. Well, ain't that nice?
I need a quick word. Did you see what happened? Is my little girl... Is Obedia safe?
She is, don't worry.
My heart. I thought her lost. I would give more than just my sight to keep her safe. Our destination is the Neurosita, the nerve center of the Steel Watch. Guide me there, and I'll do the rest.
Okay.
My fellow Gondians, flee this prison. We're bringing this place down.
I want my house, and my cat, and my wife. I want this all to go away.
Watcher Greatsword. It's 3d12 plus 3, and it weighs 100. Can only be used by Steel Watchers. God damn, I was about to pocket that and give it to Lae'zel. Steel Watcher arm. No, these things aren't worth shit. Anything else? Anything here worth anything? No. Alright. Steel Watcher helmet. Random great axe. Oil flask. What's in this box? Trash. Oil flask. Wait, should I go up here? Do I need to go up here? Where am I going? To the back. Okay, go to the back. Go to the back. Going to the back. Where is the back? Hey, found the back. Any bad guys in here? No bad guys. Wow. Autosave successful. That doesn't instill a lot of confidence. Mechanical diagrams. Watch your crossbow blueprint. Underwear. What the fuck? Oh. Anyway. I'll take this blueprint. Can I read that? What's in that? It's literally just a blueprint. Okay. Anything in the books? Yeah.
Anything of use?
Anything? Guarding the Gondian gnomes, evading the Elder Brain, hostage census. Guarding the Gondian gnomes. I did not mean to put that in wares. Bandit Confidential. Though it's important to cooperate with our siblings who worship Merkel and Ball, remember that Bane is the tyrant. It is Bane who rules subversion and capture of Gondian operations, and Baldur's Gate is a finite project. Particularly as regards to the gnomish artificers, they are ours, or more particularly mine. They are not to be tadpoled, as that would expose them to control through the absolute hierarchy. Instead, they are to be locked in incarceration collars, and that are remote controlled by Prinsky's motivators. I want those gnomes aware of what they are doing and deeply unhappy about it. When the Watcher project is complete, the artificers are of no use. These survivors will be tadpoled. Logo attached. Amazing. Shit, didn't mean to ping that. Mechanical diagram.
It's a diagram of mechanical designs, not just written, but ridged, so that blind fingers can trace out their shapes.
The Foundry. Oh, this is the Foundry. Oh my god, it's an open revolution! Oh, they're losing. There's a lot of them. Revolution! Who's this? This is Minsk and Asterion. Dude, the order is so big, I can scroll. I didn't even know that was possible. What's everyone here looking like? All look like a bunch of chumps is what you're looking like.
This way.
I don't like using this, but I'm gonna have to. I think I might have to arrow mini targets. Ooh, they're next to an explosive barrel. I want to blow it up. I want to blow it up so bad. Arrow of mini targets. I did it.
Weep if you wish. Minsk will not judge.
Minsk. Minsk. It is Minsk. What am I doing with you? Not a whole lot.
My hamster has dined on godflesh. You are but a tiny crumb.
Pew. Pew. Oh, that guy's so dead. Except here I go with chain lightning.
Indeed.
Oh wait, I can cast this for free. Chain lightning. I mean, that was alright. Yeah, that guy's turbo dead. Unless he goes invisible. Oh, Thunderwave's not bad. I was also expecting Misty Step. Dude, these Gondians know great ass spells. How'd they get captured? Is it because they're tiny? They're itty bitty. They're in the rafters. Why are you dashing? Oh, you have blur on actually. Never mind. I don't judge. Oh, what is that turn?
My fellow Gondians, take back your freedom.
Did that guy die? Oh no, he's just over there.
On my way.
I'm gonna do the thing. Wait, actually, Fuck, I don't have them. I forgot I put them down. Shit. I was gonna do the bomb thing. Ah, great. What else do I have in my bag of tricks? My tricks are for kids bag. Cloud kill. What else have we got? Do ice. Let's do ice. Oh, for God's sakes, that did nothing. What do you have? You have Shocking Grass, Misty Step, Blur, and nothing really else. And you're literally blind. You know what, man? Just hang back. Actually, throw this barrel. That'd be funny, right? Maybe stand like right here, grab this barrel, and then just like throw it over here. No? I don't know. Hit the floor. Nice. Everyone's misty stepping to the rafters. It just takes like one explosion up there to just fuck a lot of people's day up. This is why we check resistances. They're not resistant to ice. Yeah, they are not resistant to cold. I roll low every time I use that spell. Like maybe I am rolling low, or just maybe I'm just not. Like I don't know. Should I let this person die? Oh, you're definitely gonna die. Chlorphalcin. No, I'm okay with accepting some casualties. I know for a fact 2 of these people are for sure gonna die. I don't know about the ones up in the rafters. They're safe. If anything, that one just kind of signed their own death wish when they made that maneuver of running away and then Missy stepping back into where they were. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Bear. Big bear. Honey, pause. I dropped your weapon. You fuck. I die. And now I do a big epic bear jump. Yeah. Uh-oh. Silence. No. Are you serious?
Prinsky's motivation sequence activated.
Great. Who's this over here? Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Can you upcast this? Snake strike melee. Aura of Terror gives me disadvantage. Damn it. I forgot about the whole Aura of Terror thing. Oh. Not enough space. Fuck. You've got to be kidding me right now. Oh, you can kill this guy. Alright, that's the silence gone. It's snare.
I'm ready.
Okay, well. There's these two over here. There's these two over here. 2 mechs and 2 over here. Okay, this is not very cash money. Not very cash money at all. Right, should I, right? Yeah, okay, that gets rid of 1 over there. I'm half tempted to Misty stepping up here. That's actually like a great fucking spot. Yeah, let's do it. Gale time. Time to do epic Gale things. Right. I'm begging to roll high for this. That was not very, I mean, was not good enough. Oh, great. Ooh.
Let's make these bastards pay.
Can I shove you? I want to push her into the blast, but Gale is in my way. Shocking grasp. Dude, my bears. God damn it.
Warning. Sequence trigger imminent.
Who breaks the hearts? Minsk breaks the bones.
God damn it.
And another. Oh, it's my hot hammer, or is simply applauding my skill.
On my way. Let's find some.
Snipe. Nice.
Battle of wits.
Is it worth the dimension door over there? Let's do it. Wait, I got a scroll for this, right? I don't even need a dimension door. Don't I have Misty Step? A fly. Actually, that works too. Are you fucking kidding me? I keep slipping.
Do not give up. Push them back.
Breathe deep and move.
I'm gonna shoot you. I'm shooting you. Pew! I shot you. You can Misty Step over there, right? What the fuck? What kind of range of Misty Step is this? Should have fireballed to the ice. That would have used my action. Dude, your Misty Step range is garbage. What is this small ass circle? What is this? What is this? Oh no. It's okay, you two are just gonna spam ice arrows. Is this guy not dead? He's got 2 health. It's okay, the bear is here. The bear's gonna do things, right? Never mind, bear can do shit. God damn it. That went terribly. You still used it anyway, and Gale is prone now. I know. Gale is on the floor. Imagine being Gale on the floor. Couldn't be me. Okay, well now that I know that everyone's just gonna Misty Step teleport away, I'm just gonna throw. I'm just gonna start putting down fucking. Let's go start putting down bombs.
Someone hold Boo. He does not enjoy the bumpings to come.
Does it cost it costs an action to drop this, right? Oh my god. Okay, I can only put down 3 right now.
Time to kill.
It's okay, that's still like a lot. I'm so tempted to blow it up. I'm so tempted to blow it up. I'm so tempted to blow it up as a Starion. Even though Minsk is like right there, I have to wait for Minsk to move. Oh, God. I'm thinking. How can I like teleport in, drop bombs, teleport out? That's why I use them so much. You can also reposition them without using an action, just by dragging them with a cursor. Oh my god. And there's more barrels right here. There's oil barrels over here. Do I blow up Minsk for the for the meme? No, let me give him a chance to Misty Step away. Cause I need the little guys to live. I should have fucking still shot an arrow. Wait, DM, can I take that back? Oh my god, why are you over here? Chain lightning. Oh damn, they got two of them.
Look to Queen 6.
Let me go ahead and move my boy over here. No, they fucking destroyed my firework boxes. Why are you Misty stepping over there? Why are you guys not going to the rafters?
Fight, my fellow Gondians. Take back your freedom.
Great. Just great. Just fantastic. I have to deal with this fucking guy now.
Try me.
You know what? Yeah. Not enough movement for shocking. Ah, God damn it. When is it this thing's turn? It's way over there. I just want him to use Shocky Grasp. Walk up to him. Go, bear, go. Jump. Oh my god, you ended your turn. Dog toy. Hi, dog toy. Casting silence. Counter. Jump. How far can you jump? Over here? Sure. I can't disarm you. Great. I hate how this has turned out. I genuinely hate how this has turned out. Oh, let me wave at you, dog toy. With my hand. There it is. Hello. Hello, friend. Good day, friend. If I blow up that box of fireworks, it's gonna kill the people there. I'm so sad. Ooh. Tree. Banana. Oh, eat. Do I have another construct arrow? I do. Yeah, shoot him. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god, I try to save you, Gale. I hate it. I hate this game. Great.
Outflank. Outsmart.
Arcane battery. Chain lightning.
Activation sequence active.
I like that now you guys are going up there. Who's focusing on silence around here? Who's the one doing the silencing? It's you. This dude needs to back up. Wow. You've got to be kidding me.
I cannot die. Please help me.
Bend the knee.
You're fucking maimed. Are you serious? Can't do anything. Will this hit all of them? Yes, okay.
Die in silence, evil!
Let's go. Ready or not?
Oh man. Alright, just shoot him. Ah, great.
What fools these mortals be.
Great. Just great. It's cool. Phantasmal Killer. Oh my god, I'm... Oh my god, I can jump up there? Oh, those little dudes are so dead. This is a terrible encounter. This is going so difficult. Okay, I'm guessing you two can handle those. I need this fucking guy to come down.
What do I have to lose?
Oh, for God's sakes. Yep, and he's gonna go for me. Oh, it's okay, he does no damage.
Prinsky's motivation sequence activated.
This is a lesson. How painful it is up to you.
This bear is useless.
Warning. Sequence trigger imminent.
I missed this. Let's have a little fun.
Are you fucking serious, dude? Oh my god. Ah. Shit, I'm not gonna be able to. Uh-oh. And he's dead. This is so annoying. This started off so well, and then it started off going so terribly.
Another one down.
Oh wait, no. I didn't mean to hit spacebar. God damn it, dude. That was annoying. I was so excited. I was so excited. You heard my excitement. And then you heard my you could hear it in my voice as that encounter went on how sad I got.
Hungry for the slaughter.
I have an idea. Thank you for the headpants. Oh no, that's not it. What are you going to do? I'm going to have you do... I genuinely don't know. Damn, you don't have any black powder arrows? Damn, I need to restock you on arrows, bro. Got no arrows. Got a bunch of arrows of other shit. Arrows of random bullshit, go! Alright, how about this? I go in here, right, with this dude. I have him be the one. And then that I can use my action. Oh, I can use my bonus action to dash. That's okay. And then I use my action. Ignis. Hooray!
To glory or glorious death. Still on his face, means virtuous fist.
Phew. Nice. Can I reach for an ensnare strike from here? No. Let's start on this guy. I blew up one of the people, but it's okay. It is a-okay.
Step to it.
Chain lightning. What do you mean not enough movement? Oh yeah, there we go. One damage. I need that to miss just because getting maimed is so fucking annoying. Oh damn. Oh damn. Okay, this is going much better. They're going to the rafters. Oh my god, the snipe. Please Misty Step somewhere useful. Oh, lightning bolt. And you Misty Step. That's not super safe.
My fellow Gondians, take back your freedom.
What can I do? Damn, I have a lot of dimension doors. Yo, I'm gonna dimension door the bear. Alright, Ursa Ingans, you're coming with me. Cannot teleport creatures larger than medium. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Fine, I'll go by myself. No, I don't want to bring him with me. I don't want to bring this guy. Ugh, fine. Wait, I thought I was bringing the guy with me. DM? Whatever, it's fine. Compel duel, sure. What can you do? Go over there. Misty Step. Can you Misty Step down here? No. Okay. Well, this is not helpful whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Ursa Major. Jump. Ooh. The slice. That's all I can do.
You fight against progress. I will not allow it.
Blight. Dude, I'm getting tired of these counter spells not working. scale, you need to step it up. All right, bear, go that way. You don't even have movement speed. That's fine, go over here. Oh, that guy's dead. I was trying to save him. Lightning arrow. Just that's gonna hit teammates. Wait. Yeah, fuck. So tempted to just put bombs down next to this thing. So tempted. What's your health? You can take it. Offhand melee.
Steel spell or sweaty embrace. Feels cause you know.
Oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. I have just enough to not get out.
Let's turn someone inside out.
This sucks.
This will do nicely.
Oh boy. Hellfire exhaust? Alright, well these two are definitely dead. Chain lightning. This is a, what was the W encounter? W encounter. We did it. Let's walk away from that. Damn, Astaire, you still took damage from that? We might not be able to stop that one. Unless... Nope. You've got to be kidding me. Dude, I have to restart again. No. No. Fuck, I can't get to this one. It's gonna blow... I hate it here. I'm so pissed. Not another one of these, man. And the last thing I wanted after yesterday's fucking session was another one of these kinds of encounters. So now I'm over here resetting over here for like the 5th time. Fuck you know. Dude, I don't even care about the people, dude. I just blew them up. I blew up one of them. I'm still gonna blow up another one. That was incredibly helpful.
Shall we cut and run?
Let's move.
You what?
You heard me. What's a tree? Apple. Thank you. All right, explosion. Nice. That went pretty well.
Go for the eyes, Boo!
I need you to super run.
But charge quietly.
If I stand over here, can I reach? Yep. Ooh, good damage. Who got hit for 90? This guy got hit for 90. Ooh. Ah, damn. I hate that.
My fellow Gondians, take back your freedom.
Somebody.
Don't waste a step.
Cloud kill. Okay, these people should all be dead by the start of their turn. This little fucking guy. I don't know what to do with this guy, dude. Great, I need to not block this spot so that the bears can pass. Whatever, stand behind a snaring. Misty Step. Good Misty Step. Ooh, the asses. Ooh, kill two of them. If that one moves, I can move the cloud kill over there and get those guys, but I need that one in the center to leave.
You fight against progress. I will not allow it.
I upcasted blade. I don't know why I did. Why did I do that? There was no point in doing that. Can I jump? I'm out of fucking movement speed. Ooh, I'm gonna scream. Sure, I guess I'll go over here. This person's totally dead. How are you not dead? You have 1 health.
Prinsky's motivation sequence activated.
How can we go go about this? I'm thinking. Thinking with my big thinking brain. Ooh.
To the death. I have missed this. The adventure, the danger, the kicking of butts.
Yeah, sure. Figured.
My hamster has died on godflesh. You are but a tiny crumb.
Holy shit. The rage is too small. Oh my god. Target cannot be moved. Fuck you. I'm good.
Certainly.
Dude, fuck it.
Let's make these bastards pay.
Blood follows me everywhere.
There's no way this guy's gonna make it. We're not gonna make it. I hate your Misty Step. Your Misty Step angers me genuinely.
Princey's motivation sequence activated. Warning. Sequence trigger imminent.
And it's
I can't get to that one. I could Misty Step towards it, but I can't. I don't have the action for it. Oh wait, no, we have another turn. We're okay, we're okay, we're okay. Ugh, I was panicking. I was panicking.
You point, I punch. To arms! No, wait. To swords!
Lou has to hit that. Where'd the other two go? It's just this one over here.
On my way.
No.
Disarmed.
Nice.
A little less of a cheek clencher once you've done it already.
Oh, thank God. How many of them did we save? 3? Out of like 4? I mean, I don't actually. I think it was out of a little more. That's fine. What is this? Motivator? Oh, shit. Shit.
Light on my feet.
Oh, shit. Oh my God, please. You could do that? It doesn't work. We're about to die. I have moments where I'm just like, I want to like pretend like we're like doing couch co-op together. And I want to just be like, you know what, man? You think you're so good at it? Why don't you take a crack at it? And I hand you the controller. This is the part. This is the part where I would like to hand over someone to someone else the controller. Like, hey, can you do this for me? This sucks. This opening isn't so bad though. I can do this opening no problem. It just comes at the sacrifice of a single hostage. But eh.
Kicking, for goodness! Someone hold Boo. He will not enjoy the bumpings to come. You what?
What do you mean, you what?
Onward.
What else can I do that's like big AoE thing? I could telekinesis the Watcher. What else have I got? Sphere, Cloud Kill. I'm running out of scrolls. Useful scrolls, I should say.
Sequence act.
Oh my god. And what do you mean, you what? Like I said, it wasn't even that controversial.
Fight, my fellow.
I'm just saying, man.
Take back your freedom.
Who can I bring with me? I could bring the other guy with me. Let's do that. Dimension door. The little guy. We're gonna go over here. Soda! Soda. 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 Yo, can you hit this? What do you mean requires? What do you mean you don't have an action? I hate you.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Can I stand like right next to it? God damn it. SpongeBob is fucking sucks. SpongeBob. Do I do a good Squidward impression? What would you rate it out of 10?
You fight against progress. I will not allow it.
Spirit Guardians. No, you don't. Are you fucking me? Bear attack. Bear attack. Great. Hmm. 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 What the fuck do you mean I'm silent? I'm gonna scream. I'm not even in the circle. Oh my god. Please. What a bunch of malarkey. I didn't do shit.
Can we fight now? Who is not used to this taking of turns?
I have an idea. Do you have any fire on you? No, you don't. That's alright. Action dash.
Who says smite? That means I will hit you very hard, I think.
Just gonna stand over here. This guy's gonna go. What are you gonna do? Oh, god damn you. Can you someone explain to me how that hurt me? Why am I on fire? Also, that killed a Gondian. Yeah, it should be fine. Oh man, I was hoping I could push him into the blast. Can you push? Too heavy. God damn it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. sometimes. I really hate these fucking places. What's the damage looking like?
Hey, Squid, just hit them really, really, really hard and you win.
I'm kicking for goodness!
I'm immobile! Oh my god, he's like in the middle of both of them too. He's gonna fucking turbo blow up. He's so dead. Who's the guy holding the fucking silence? This guy. Oh my god, I'm not gonna be able to fucking stop him. Cause he's in the middle of the silence. Yeah, okay, Minsk is good to blow up. I'm okay with that. That's what's happening. Sorry, Minsk. Wait, can I give you an arrow transposition? Oh my god, I can. Holy shit. Wow. Why are you on fire? Genuinely, why are you on fire? She wants to be on fire. Don't be on fire. Being on fire is bad.
He's gonna blow up. He's gonna be famous.
Chain lightning. Never mind, I'm fucking silenced over here. I literally can't do anything from this position. He's
gonna blow up and act like he ain't know nobody.
What do I have in my bag? Got grease. I could grease the place up. Sure, man, I'll grease the place up. Never mind, I'm silenced. Can I cast it from here? Why do I need to be standing over there? I hate it here. I hate it here. Can I be not useless? I could do elementals. Do you want to summon elementals? Who else is next? There's Minsk. Minsk, what did you do? I really just hit Minsk with lightning, and it hit these two, and it worked. I just used Minsk as a conductor, and he lived with 1 health. I mean, that's one way to get that fucking lightning across. No way. That's really funny. I really need Minsk to live now. He might not live. Because this fucking thing is covered in acid.
Do not give up. Push them back.
You can kill him, right? You don't need me. Nice.
So much for peace.
Fuck. I can't make that. They're gonna blow up. This is so hard. This is so hard. This is so hard. All of my efforts. Are for
Find a way
nuts.
forward.
I'm immune to burning? Why am I immune to burning? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You're still in here? Yes! I can't fucking do it. I can't do it. It's so hard. I can't. It's hard. I'm gonna fail too. I'm gonna fail this fucking thing. They're gonna die right now and I have to do this again. There goes Minsk. And there goes the little ones. God fucking damn it. I'm trapped. I'm never gonna leave this fucking room. I'm gonna fucking die in here. I fucking hate it here. I'm gonna fucking scream. How the party sees the wizard. Glass cannon. How the wizard sees the party. Lightning conduit. Damn, dude. That worked so well, too. I'm so sad about that. Hang on, I gotta turn the lights on here. I can't see anything. Okay. I'm sticking to the same opening because I like that opening. It's a good way to get rid of 4 people in a single turn.
Time for a cull. A better position.
Ignis. Ah, great. This one lived.
Go for the eyes, Boo! Feel the backhand of justice!
Maybe I should send Minsk to the other staircase. In the other direction. These are difficult openings. Because this first turn is a good way to do... Good way to get chained lightning off. Can I haste myself? And do chain lightning multiple times.
With ease.
Great, he's knocked prone. Ooh, okay. I like that he moved away. Okay. Oh my god, why did you activate it so early?
Fight, my fellow Gondians! Take back your freedom!
Thinking to myself.
step forward.
Honestly, I'm gonna start sending this dude in to fight. And you're stuck.
You fight against progress. I will not allow it.
Damn, you're still alive. You're still alive.
Weep if you wish. Minsk will not judge.
Yes. And now for the piece de resistance. Who's next? Constructs. What the hell are you doing? Do I want to pre-order Space Marines or wait to see if it shits itself? I'm waiting to see what it kind of like. What it? I don't know anything about that game. I'm waiting to see what it's like, what it's about when it like comes out. Like mostly just like its mission structure. Like, is it structured like Vermintide, or is it structured like Helldivers? Like how are missions done? Or is it like Killing Floor? Or is it campaigns like Left 4 Dead? I don't know. I don't actually know.
Death is but a word away.
Oh, I've got 2 of these. That's right. Fuck, wait, that cost me my action. No, I lost. Like, the gameplay seems fun from the little I've looked into it. Missions look like divers. The gameplay does look like fun. It looks like a very like, excuse me. Looks like a very like labor of love kind of game, which is cool. Which is cool.
Can we fight now? Who is not used to this taking of turns?
Let's go this way.
Whose battle cry is too high for your hearing? But you should tremble all the same.
And then go over here.
The lance board is set.
I used my action. Alright, that's fine. Too heavy to shove. No.
Knight to King 5.
Oh, I should have left some fucking bombs behind. Fuck. Great, now I'm maimed.
Fight, my fellow Gondians. Take back freedom.
What a riot. What a riot.
Light on my feet. No hesitation.
Activation sequence activated.
Nice. Nice. What else have I got? What else have I got? Not a whole lot. Go get him, bear.
You fight against progress. I will not allow it.
God, that one's still alive. Dude, Minsk fucking sucks. I don't like Minsk. I cast Spanish puppy for yawning. Fuck you. I can't believe that fucking worked. I live in a fucking what's it called? I live in a simulation. Are you serious? I missed? Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
On the way.
How far is 18 meters? Very far. It's one down.
That was close.
Bend the knee, or I will break it.
Warning. Sequence trigger
And another.
imminent.
Oh, is my heart hammer, or is somebody applauding my skill?
It's another one down.
Time to kill.
And then there's this fucking thing. I missed my construct arrow. If I do arrow of lightning, it's just gonna hit the fucking thing. Alright, fine.
A rough tempest I will raise.
Teehee, I'm immobile. This is gonna blow you up. This is gonna blow you up. I don't want to lose this run. I'm saving. This is a good run. Yeah, I figured. Wait, what's the damage? We lost an ad and Gale is down, but this guy's still alive.
Give up. Push them back.
Ah, shit. This is a good run. Head past the good run. No. Let's reload. Let's reload. I have a better idea. I have another idea. I have another idea. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You know what I mean? This sucks. I feel like I'm trapped. I feel like I'm in like hell. I feel like I'm in purgatory. I have a cookie now. I ate the cookie with my big fucking lion peppers. Okay. Oh, I also have arcane battery. Globe of invulnerability. Doo, 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 doo. If I do it here, it gets all of us. Nice. And then you explode. Oh no, you begin to explode. Why would you push me away? Oh, so having him start to explode. Okay, wait. If he's gonna explode or begin exploding, I don't have to do fucking Dome of Invulnerability. The Dome of Invulnerability. So instead, I'm just gonna dimension door. Teehee. Bye. Good thunder wave.
Do not give up. Push them back.
Need to find a way forward.
We're like right there. Can someone get that? I swear, if we lose because of that, I might actually turn off the game.
Warning. Sequence trigger imminent.
Oh, thank God.
Master of mechanical.
Hey, we did it! Thank you.
Another step forward.
Wait, why is this infernal iron different? Huh.
Always room for more?
It's quirky like that. It's just a little quirky. Enriched infernal iron. Does this guy have anything to say?
We need to move. The Neurosita lies in the depths of the foundry.
Let's have a look.
Ooh, wait a minute. Ingots. Loose sounds. Are you clipping my sounds?
Don't touch me. Should be easy.
Let me see this. Let me listen to this. What sound did I make? Was this before or after we won the fight? This is a good run. Head past the good run. No. Let's reload. Let's reload. I have a better idea. I have another idea. I have another idea. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You know what I mean? Goober. I'm still a goober. That's a good one. I like that one. Louis, you're so silly. You're so silly, Goofy, and that's why I enjoy your vibes so much. Aw, snacks. Aw. I enjoy your vibes too, Snacks. What's this? It's a glizzy. Bro, I could go for a fucking real glizzy right now. I could fuck up some glizzies right now.
If I've counted my footsteps correctly, this door leads to the Foundry's depths and the Neurositer.
The Neurositer? Mind Flayer parasite. Oh shit.
I smell death and decay. When a cadaver preparation on
Cadaver with the brain removed. Is this how they puppet the steel?
Bastards are shipped in from all over the realms. Most come from a fellow called Balthazar.
The inscription reads, "Fresh supplies for the Steel Watch, courtesy of Necromancer Balthazar."
Good thing I killed that guy. Yep, this is necromancy. That's a zombie. Are you good, bro? I can't talk to him. I'm just gonna shoot him. Why are you on the floor? I don't know, dude. Oh wait, there's books.
Traps, please.
I like selling books. I hear the ice cream truck outside my house. I want ice cream. Orders to Black Gauntlet Riders. When the Steel Watch quota for the next 10 days is delivered, we will consider Watcher Phase 1 complete. Ow! What the fuck? Go get it. That's so mean. That's racist. We will consider Watcher Phase 1 complete and can start winding down operations in the Foundry. We will have enough automatons for our immediate purpose, and besides, we have an unexpected tadpole shortage that limits production. There was no longer a need to coddle the Gondians if they prove truculent. I don't know that word. You are authorized to execute individual troublemakers and stack their corpses somewhere visible as an example, or Gortash. Wow, that they did, huh? Parchment. I should be reading these, but I'm not gonna. What else we got around here? It's a metal trunk. What's in the trunk? What kind of junk we got in this trunk? The dead body piles need to be bigger. Yeah, I've seen bigger dead body piles at home.
No time to rest.
Oh. Black powder arrow. I know who that I'm giving that to. I'll look at these later.
Breathe deep and move.
Right? No, I know, because I have to blow up the fountain. Wait, should I go downstairs first? Let's go down. Let's take the elevator. What's in the elevator side? Whee! Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. Oh, we're back up here. Okay. That settles my curiosity. Where's the fucking lever? Can you two stop pacing back and forth so I can find the lever? I swear to God. Please highlight. Please. Yay. Okay, let's go. La 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 la. I'm gonna blow up the foundry. Oh boy. I'm gonna blow it up. Wait, hold on. Gale needs to drink his juicy juice. Gale, drink some fucking juicy juice. Where's the juicy juice? There you go.
Still breathing.
Save if you don't. Oh, you're so fucking right. Oh, it didn't. I read that as don't. I can't read.
Watch your back.
I'm like Plankton's cousin.
Hardly a challenge.
Fuck. Come on, Astarion. You hit these 30s. Wait, don't I have the key for this? What the fuck am I doing?
At least things have stayed interesting.
I fucking love it. Brains.
On my way.
Yeah. Lula Forza.
Something good here, I hope.
I'm gonna build a watcher to Benerbras.
Wait! Elevator gyroscopes. Triple set quadrupex. No, it can't be.
What is it? What's wrong?
I hear it through the floor. Powerful, indestructible. The ultimate watcher. The Titan.
Are you kidding me?
The Watcher Titans what? Whatever it be, Minsk will knock it loose.
Minsk, you're so useless.
It shames me to admit this, but you must face this beast of Gondian folly alone. I would be crushed in an instant. When it raises its shields, strike it with every scrap of magic and might you possess, and pray to God that it does not fire upon you. Good luck, my friend.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Dude, I use like a lot of my good shit.
Sure.
Hang on. Can I not get level 6 spell back? Let's do 4. Right? Should I do a 4? I should do a 4. Give me a sec. Okay. What else do you need? Have you used this? You have. Wait, have you? Can you do that again? You can do that again? Oh my god, this fucking thing's awesome. Is this like once per encounter? That's stupid. That's OP. I'm not gonna complain.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Minsk, I'm gonna give you a better fucking weapon. Cause I'm holding like 7 fucking maces. We have... Oh wait, these are maces. I forgot you can't fucking... Excuse me. Can't one-hit a fucking mace. Could give you a staff. Give you a spear. Wait, can you not? Never mind. Actually, can you do? You can't do staff and dagger on the offhand. No. Okay.
All right.
God, I want to swap out Minsk so fucking bad, dude. You're so fucking lame. This bear sucks. Dismiss. Alright, where can you summon? Why can't you summon another one? I need a short rest to do that again? All right, Minsk, I am
No one stopped me
leaving
yet.
you behind. I take up.
Seems simple enough.
If I'm up here, no, okay, we're still in enemy territory. Okay, all right, hang on.
Moving ahead.
Hang on. Also, there's a ladder up here. I didn't check up there. What's going on up there? God damn it. Really making me walk out the fucking building, man. Isn't there an office room? Didn't one of the guys who I killed had an office? Where's that at? Oh, is that this way? Actually, maybe it is a good thing that I'm exploring this back again. What's over here? Dagger. Nothing. Okay.
What's that?
Vents. Sus.
Not a chance I'll fit in there.
I don't fit. I'm not sus. What the fuck? Okay, the doors are open. Why are there people here? Oh, it's those guys. Jahir, get the fuck in my party.
I have a lot on my mind.
Can't believe how useless some of these people are.
What is it, Cub?
Join me.
You'll need to free up your ranks a little first. Then always nice to be wanted.
What do you have again? Damn, you got an AC at 21. Shit. God damn.
Directly.
What is your AC? 13 plus your dex mod? What is your dex? Plus 1, which gives you 14. Wait a minute. Oh my god, I could have upped your AC this whole fucking time. Not like it matters, you've just been getting blown up all day.
Can't give up now. Very well.
Oh wait. This is what I was looking for. Oh wait, this is the same fucking room. Scry screen.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Let's see what this does.
I can't believe I had to go through all this and they still like they still come at me like, oh boy, but this area isn't done yet. Now you need to fight El Gigante. Oh man, I went back to camp and I didn't pick up more bombs. Fuck. Am I really about to make the fucking... Am I really about to go back? Just to pick up more bombs? I have so many bombs. 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 I mean, I have 3. Can I make... How much can I make 3 work? 48 times 3? Someone do the math. What is that? That's not bad. I could definitely put down more. Fuck, man. Am I really about to... I have to walk all the way fucking... Oh... I'm gonna scream. All this just so I can blow up El Gigante, okay? I told you I was gonna blow up this foundry when I came in here. I'm fucking dedicated on doing it. Wait, can I just like walk out to this side over here? Will that be faster? I just need to be outside the building, right? For me to be able to go back? Yes, okay, nice. Awesome! I've got so much trash. Alright, let's unload some of this fucking garbage anyway. Get rid of the maces. Get rid of these helmets. Alright. Can I carry at least one by myself? Yes. Alright. Who am I giving the rest to? Jahira. Actually, Astarion can take one. Astarion can take another one. Jahira. 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 Alright. We have how many combined? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Alright, now before I go into the room, I'll fucking save. Save successful. Alright, let's do it. Where's El Gigante? Oh my god. Steel Watcher Titan. Gortash's magnum opus. Are you fucking me? This is mother... Still vulnerable to lightning. Immutable existence. Spell that alters someone's form. Have no effect. Magic resistance. Multi-attack. Opportunity attack. Perfect sentry. Can't be surprised. It's easy, Lou. It probably is easy. You know what? It probably is easy. Also, what the fuck is this room? Ew, it's nasty. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I gave you the good shit. Okay, never mind. I gave you the good shit. Call lightning. There's a fucking mosquito in here. Right? Is this what I'm doing? No, wait, Astarion goes first. Which means...
Over here.
Oh god, walking away is gonna provoke attack of opportunity, which is gonna suck. That's gonna suck. Ride the lightning. I'm gonna ride the lightning after I blow him up. First, we blow him up. I think I just used all my fucking movement. It's okay. I think that would hit him, right? That would hit him. Yeah, okay. And a bonus action dash. Just need to walk over here real quick. I need to also make sure I have enough movement to get away. I'm gonna get hit by this. I'm 100% gonna get hit by this. That's okay. I'm just gonna tank. You know, like I always do. Smile. I don't think I'm gonna be able to put down all of them. I like literally don't have the space. That's not true. How can I get away from here without provoking attack of opportunity? I'm gonna have to eat it. Please don't be that bad. It's gonna be really bad, isn't it? It's gonna be real bad. Oh, it's gonna be so bad. Oh, he destroyed my boxes. That's okay. We still have 4 over here. Fuck. I knew it was gonna be one of those kinds of attacks. Damn. Hold on. Let's restart that. I have an idea. It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. 3 words. Arrow of transposition. And then him and Jahira go at the same time. So it's going to be Jahira who's going to have to ignite it. Incredibly doable. Unbelievably doable.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
You know, when he starts rising, that'd be a great time for music to start playing, like Heros Acero. Instead, we just get regular battle music. Or you know what? Like, get fucking crazy with it, man. Play some dubstep. Don't forget, you can drop the boxes and then maneuver them by dragging them.
Time to move.
You can drop the boxes and then maneuver them by dragging them. What do you? Oh my god. It's so helpful. That's incredibly helpful. I did not know I could do that. I had absolutely no idea I could do that. I've barreled entire rooms in one turn before and just nuked everything in it. I believe it. I believe it. I'm gonna try and do the same thing here. He's got 369 nice points of health. And I've got 9 boxes of 8d6 fire damage. So let's see. Let's see if I can fucking one tap this guy. And now you use arrow of transposition. Get your ass over there. Kaiba, I end my turn.
War is an old woman's game.
Sorry, Lou. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna really. This might even. This might kill me. This might kill me. Well, I have resistance to fire, actually, and it can't be set on fire, actually. I might actually be okay. Wait, there's one box left. Oh, fuck. Alright, we're just gonna have to roll with it then. I did about a third. That was not very. That didn't hurt me at all. Skulls are resistant to fire, so it makes sense Skulldog has that skill. Oh yeah. And it worked out perfectly. Nice. That was awesome. All right. I don't know. Shillelagh. Wait, can I see the roll for that big damage? It looks like it mostly... Alright, now that's Jahira blasted fire for this guy. For 26. Mostly, it looks like we kind of mostly just... Yeah, it looks like we just kind of rolled a little low. Ah, well. We can make it work. Lightning! And I'm pinned down.
Oh, I can't even catch my breath.
What can I do? I have an idea. That's why I use smoke powder barrels. I think they're force damage. I don't think that would have changed anything. Yeah, he's not resistance to fire. Yeah. It's alright. We're still beating his ass. Wait, what's their AC? 16? I've actually almost killed him. That other lightning attack just did like another third. If I just need one more turn and I can do the other third. And I can essentially kill him in like 2 turns. Which is still not bad. That's still like fantastic. Got thunder damage. Are you weak to thunder? No, just lightning. Fuck. I don't have lightning. I don't have thunder. No, but the damage is higher. Oh, like the base dice. Yeah. I need to collect more smoke powder barrels. I'm trying to get through all the firework barrels or boxes. I've got way too many of those, and I still fucking got left with one. What am I doing against this guy? I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea. Let me think. fuck it, dude. I'll just smack the shit out of him.
I'll strike you down.
Hellfire curse on 3 targets. How about no? Ow. What does it mean it's bulwark? Defensive protocol bulwark. Unyielding construct. Repair matrix. Oh, fuck. While in the defensive state, the steel watcher becomes unyielding. What is unyielding? Only an attack dealing at least 15 damage can harm this steel watcher. And can use repair matrix, hellfire missiles, and repelling protocol. Alright, well, a lightning arrow. How did you miss? It's standing still.
Not but another harvest.
Whatever. Ride the lightning. Ow. Ride the lightning! Oh yeah. This motherfucker's blowing up. This motherfucker's gonna blow up. And this motherfucker's gonna blow up. And that's the encounter. Good job. Good job, everyone. We did it.
We're ready. For the fallen.
Nice. Counter. Ooh! Legendary bow. Slash. And then I do my victory animation. You'll have to try bigger to go up against the likes of me. All right, rematch. Run it back. Best 2 out of 3. Gontor mail. Let's see. Promised victory on hit. Possibly inflict guiding bolt upon the target. Oh my god. Gontor mail glowing. This object shines with a glowing light in a radius of 6 meters. Weapon enchantment +3. Celestial haste. What's celestial haste? Gain hastened. 5 turns. What is this? Bolt of celestial light. Frighten your target with intimidating arrows after attacking ranged weapon attacks made by Gontor mail. Deal an additional 1d4. On miss, do not expend superiority die. Oh. Dude. For the archer, this is huge. What's your thing? Dead shot? The number you need to roll a critical hit is while attacking is reduced by 1. The wielder doubles their proficiency bonus when rolling ranged attack weapons with this weapon. Ah, damn. This is a good bow. No wonder I had that on you. But what if I use this? What if you give it to me? Give me the power to cast Guiding Bolt on hit. Guiding Bolt on hit? That's fucking nuts. What do you guys think? Should I keep Deadshot on Asterion, or should I give him the new one? It's a D8 +4. It's a D8 +6. Okay, so +10, 7, 14. It goes up by 1. 8, 14. Because this is good. Improved critical and keen attack are what you want on sniper assassin rogue boy. You'll need a bigger cock to stand a chance. Smoke powder is 4d4 plus 18 force plus 2d6 fire plus 2d6 force. No saving throws. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, here's a good comparison for the two side by side. What do you think? Dude, I'm almost tempted to keep him with this thing. With Deadshot? Is doubling your doubling your proficiency bonus on accuracy attacks? That's kind of huge. But also guiding bolt on hit. Oh, it's possibly inflict guiding bolt on hit. And it gives him haste. Smoke powder also knocks everyone caught in it back and sets the ground on fire. Ooh. Ooh. Damn, dude, I'm so stuck. I'm befuddled. I might take this. I might take this for myself. We found a DMR in our last match. Oh, in Fortnite? What do you mean you found a DMR? Elaborate. Can I even use longbows? Do I even have proficiency? I do. Damn, I like Giant Breaker. That's a shame. What do you have? What do you have? Alright. I got a fancy schmancy bow. Dude, my AC's 27. I have an AC, but dude, my AC is almost 30. Cool, I can cast haste on myself now.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Oh god, can I toggle this fucking light? Oh, thank god.
What now?
Luke Cage, Dragonborn. Ooh, Infernal Iron. Control Center Guards, Brain Chant. I love how he's still standing even though he's dead. Automaton component?
This peculiar head is part of an automaton, but it doesn't resemble any steel watcher you've encountered.
Hey, little guy.
The Neurosita. I can hear its hum. Familiar, yet painful. I helped design the Steel Watchers, toiled night and day on the first bipedal prototype. It is fitting it ends this way. I will bring down not only the Steel Watch, but the very foundry itself. This place will be smoke and rubble when I am finished. Are you ready, my friend?
Do it.
Gond, let your hammer be my courage, your furnace my heart.
Dude, I'm covered in blood. Oh, this is sick as fuck. Dude, that's awesome.
We're alive! Blessed Gond. And the foundry crumbles behind us. The sound is as sweet as a well-oiled cog. Today you did the impossible, and for that, the Gondians thank you. Whenever you need us, call out, and we shall be there.
Nice. Hell yeah. The Art of Destruction. Oh yeah. I got an inspiration point. I wish I could look up to see it. Dude, we did it. I blew up the foundry.
I have to keep going.
What is that? Fire wine barrel? Should I take this? More explosives. The devious lick. That's the fucking weird ass flammable wine, right? I'm gonna give this to Karlach. Right? Or should I give this to Lysol? No, I'll give it to Karlach. Alright. That was a job well done. Only thing left to do now is free Orpheus. And then kill Gortash. Finally, you can eat and go to bed. Yep, I'm finally done. Dude, I'm actually covered in blood. Look at me. Is there a fountain of water around here? Can I go in the water over here? Can I take a shower? I'm stinky. I'm covered in death. Oh, they got everyone here is blessed. Why is everyone here blessed? Ah, I can't go over there. No. Is there another water fountain? No. Okay. Damn it. One last thing before I leave, the quest for running water. The quest for an adventure for a shower. What about over here?
wolves are still here.
Goose pimples are mine.
Is there water? Ooh, flowing. Ooh, waterfall.
Let's keep away from the rest. This is it. This is the park.
I'm not stinky. I'm just covered in blood. Are you gonna go to Mimi's, Lou? I am not. I will be awake. If I stand under the waterfall, yeah! Let's go. Dude, I showered. Why is my cloak clipping through my chest? You see that? Hang on.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Yeah, look at me. I'm all clean. Good to know that there's a way for me to shower. That's just like free and openly available. I kind of wish I knew about this earlier though. We're doing fortnights, and Mata said they want to do lethal later, in case you want to join, Uwu. I will perhaps be inclined to join. Wait, what the fuck? Letter with sticky red bloods. Hello?
Another letter from Orin.
Oh. Thanks to you, the tyrant's iron throne lies broken beneath the bay, and the prisoners it held are nothing but blood and the foam. Fishermen will be finding succulent morsels of gnome flesh to decorate their dishes for years to come. You sow the seeds of chaos well. How the sheep bleat to watch their gilded guardians crash to the cobbles. They tremble to see the lordling's temple of tyranny crumble atop their corpses. The time is now. Without his mindless machinins, Gortash is weak. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. The rest of the page is filled with the same scrawled instruction, written in increasingly illegible script. At the bottom, a signature in blood, Orin. Figured. Okay, well, I mean, I'm gonna kill him. Correction, I'm gonna blow him up. I'm gonna blow him up. But first I have to do the Orphic Hammer thing stuff real quick. But that is for another day, not today. What was I gonna say? Oh, I got a treat. Hang on. Pizza. Oh, thank you. I'll be down to hang out for a bit, snacks. But I probably won't be up as late as we normally are. So I'll be there for a little. But I can hang for a bit. Okay, everyone. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Hugs and kisses, kisses and hugs. I love you guys. Thank you all for joining this stream. I'm gonna go now. I'm tired. I got a lot done today. We did get a lot done today. I got a lot of new shit too. But I need to I still have things to do. I still have shit to do. Need to do a lot of shit. Not really, actually. It's really just like the last two ending things. Like after this is like we're literally we're in the end game of the end game. You know what I mean? Okay. Let's see if we can raid on. Thank you for the stream. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you guys for hanging out. Bye, Lou. Thank you for streaming. Goodbye, Snacks. Goodbye, Nuke. Goodbye, Squirrel. Goodbye, Cammy. You are all great, wonderful, precious beings. Raid Basswood. Is Basswood on right now? Oh, Basswood is on! Why am I not following Basswood? Alright, I'm raiding Basswood. slash raid. Alright, the raid message. Oh
and
god.
off we go.
Oh god. You didn't hear that. Okay, raid message. What's the raid message? Raid message is gonna be... You know, I've been having a lot of success with... Can the raid message be who's a good boy? Sure, just because I can't come up with one right now. It's who's a good boy and then an emote of your choosing. But bam. Alright everyone, that's the raid message. I will be back. What day is it today? Wednesday? Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Dude, am I about to beat this game? Like, this week? If not this week, next week for sure. We're finishing this fucking game, bro. Let's go. Alright, everyone. Adios. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.